Yo guys, and welcome back to another AC2 stream. We're gonna be continuing our in-depth story run of this game today. And yeah, we're gonna continuing with sequence 6. We just took care of all the Pazzi conspirators in San Gimignano. And now we went back to Florence and found out that we basically have to make our way to Venice, because the Templar conspiracy hasn't been completely dealt with yet, and there's a lot more, happening in the shadows of a policy, or politics, I guess, rather, that the Templars, do. Also, hey there, Snakes. Welcome, mate. How's it going today? I love the visualization of kind of the equipment. Right, let's actually go ahead and check the database first. Have a look into documents. I want to recheck my codex pages because I think we have a couple new ones, maybe. So we do have 1, 2, 3. We did have 6. 7 is new. Ah, this is a bit deciphered. Okay, never mind. Gotta go to Leonardo first and let him decipher codex pages. So before we go to Venice, I would like to catch up on some side stuff. So let's have a look in Florence. I'm pretty sure we have done everything. Yes, we did. Alright, so if that's the case, we can go ahead and fast travel to San Gimignano.
I'm sure I have just...
It has actually been going fine. It did rain a lot last night, though, so it's still cold, and it's 11 degrees Celsius right now. I gotcha, dude. Yeah, definitely is quite cold for what you used to, I reckon. But yeah, over here it's also raining a bit more. We now have plus degrees. So all the snow that we had over 2 weeks is kind of like melting. So yeah, it's a very like muddy and wet mess out there. It ain't pretty. Okay, let's see if there's some... I wanna check like buildings to see if there's any feathers we might have missed.
Buongiorno.
Let's take a horse.
Foul creature! Stay away from me!
Absolutely no respect.
Andiamo! Here!
The best time to search for feathers is during the night, actually. Because kind of like the enemies pointing you towards the feather is like a lot more visible.
Here!
We do have a chest here, but don't really care for chests in this playthrough. Oh, Saber Rod, welcome mate. And how's it going? I hope you're well. And I saw your announcement on Discord, dude. That's definitely understandable. I hope you will have a good, you know, rest of the evening and rest later, so that you can, you know, chill a bit. I wonder if this mechanic that you have from Brotherhood is actually a thing in AC2. Might be a bit difficult to trigger. But I wonder if it's like a hidden mechanic.
Hey, hey!
Or animation, I guess.
Here!
Doing good, thanks dude. Lol here, too tired to concentrate on playing a game. Had a busy day. How are you going? Yeah, that's definitely understandable, Rod. Take it a bit easy after, you know, being so busy for the entire day. Yeah, it's going good for me. Definitely can't complain. Not stressed or anything, so all good. Looking forward to play some AC2 today, of course. I could play this game the entire day. If I, you know, could. But they're currently looking for feathers you might have missed. Let me actually have a look at the DNA tracker. Okay, so missing 4 feathers. Osava Levy. Hey Beverson Jr. Welcome guys, how's it going? I hope you're well.
Andiamo!
Doing great, that's good to hear, Levy. I'm glad. Yes, I played AC before. It's basically my favorite series of all time. And I kind of like replay this every year pretty much. Or even more often than that. It's a game I very regularly come back to. Or a series rather. Yeah, the Ezio collection is great. Like the whole Desmond saga, I feel is. Just a masterclass of storytelling. Yeah, I think I would say same here, Beverson. Not sure if I played Brotherhood and Revelations that many times. But AC2 I played so many times I like really stopped counting. Or I could even tell you how many times it has been at this point. It was like one of the only games I had when it launched on PC. So because of me not having like too many games, but also just loving this game so much, I just like replayed it over and over again. Ah, you're from Australia. Yeah, that's understandable. Same for Rod as well. So yeah, I definitely know the struggle with the time zones.
Ma che fa? Is he sane?
But that's no worries at all. you know, I casually or sometimes also do night streams over at the Animus project. Rod, if you like, you could give a shout out to the channel. It's basically like a team AC channel, and there's currently 4 people, including me, playing all kinds of AC games. So that's maybe like a better time for you to catch some of our streams. So I'm from Germany, which means it's currently 1:30 p.m. over here. So that's usually the time when I stream, like early afternoon to late afternoon, most of the time. But yeah, I also do occasional night streams over at the channel that Rogers gave a shout out to. So you can definitely check it out as well. And also thank you for the shout out, Rod. And thank you also for follow, Beverson. Yeah, I mean, soccer is quite big over in Germany, and I played the sport for a long time actually. Like for most of my youth, I played an active like soccer in a team, and also like followed of course like, you know, the leagues and had like my favorite team and stuff. But at some point I kind of stopped being interested. I guess kind of you know, at some point our team had to be dissolved. And I tried to go like back into training, but I didn't really, I couldn't like basically participate in the like adult team yet because I was too young. So basically there was like no team for me to play at my current club. So I decided to kind of like stop playing. I didn't want to play for another club. Yeah, I do support the Berlin club. It's called Hertha BSC. I'm basically a fan of them since I was a child. But it's basically because of my father and my brother, because, you know, they're like huge soccer fans. So I was kind of like influenced by that a lot. What about you, Beverson? Do you follow like soccer? I said Hertha Berlin, so the first one. Yeah, like we used to go on or drive to these matches like almost once a month, really. So quite active supporters of club. Oh, it depended. Sometimes it was not that often. You go for you go for Liverpool. You have English, and all your family from England are from Liverpool. That's understandable. Yeah, Liverpool I always thought was a very interesting team. But I also really like English soccer a bit more than I like German. Because I feel like it's a bit less whiny, I guess. And more like, okay, I'm just gonna take the shot. And even if it's like, you know, 30 meters away. I don't know. Like, German footballers are very, you know, likely to go like to basically let themselves fall when somebody's like, you know, making a tackle or some stuff like that. That's something I really hate about soccer, to be honest. Like playing it and watching it. People who just like basically act on the field. You get like the other team, you know, a penalty. And it's quite common over here. Yeah, sounds good, Beverson. You have a good night. Thank you for coming by and joining. And I will see you another time.
Well, Tosset, dwarf, and call me Donna.
Thanks guys, I'll probably catch you in a couple days.
Cheers, Beverson. Thank you also for the 10 bits. And yeah, I see you next time. I wonder if there's a feather in this place.
Do you require a medical assistant?
Actually, I think I do.
Does something ail you, friend?
You've been working too slow today. Yeah, I mean,
That should heal quickly now.
I guess you have, you know, slower and faster days. Is it because you have like difficult merchants, Levy? Actually, yeah, but I'm not sure why you're so slow today. Oh, I hope, you know, that when I go into the groove again. And that's not gonna take too long. Well, cheers, Levy. I hope it will help you work better. Aha, Pfeffer.
Has his mind snapped?
Exactly, Rod. I love it whenever you do it on stream as well. You're a master of the dance moves, Rod. Snakes is fascinating how much game graphics have improved since 2009. It all looks so much more different and realistic. Yeah, like, you know, technology really advanced in the matter of like over 10 years. A lot. You can definitely tell. But I still think it's, you know, impressive with how limited, like, how they had, you know, these limitations. It still made it look like as good as it did. But yeah, that's true, Rod. Like, also when thinking back, you know, like even further. Like, you know, if I compare, for example, the Third Age Lord of the Rings graphics against this one, which is like 5 years difference, it's like day and night. That game also looked like really good for its time, you know. So it just kind of showcased, I guess, how fast it can like progress sometimes. Or like if you compare, you know, how realistic Unity looked to the previous AC games, like even Black Flag. Assassino. But Rod, you saw some footage of Black Flag Remastered with RTX and it looked amazing. Really? Was it like official, or was it like a mod that somebody created? But yeah, I can imagine like ray tracing, especially with the water. Like, given, you know, how much water you have there. That game should look amazing. Like all those reflections. Oh, thank you, Rod. Thanks for sharing. You know what? Let's actually have a quick look because I'm intrigued to see how ray tracing looks like with Black Flag. Gonna have a quick look into this. Right, window capture. There we go. Okay, yeah, the water looks amazing. I feel like there's a bit of a depth of field, which I'm not too much a fan of. Kind of like, you know, this like blurry background. But I do like everything that's like a foreground. Okay, so I think the ray tracing looks quite nice. I do like the water, like how it reflects stuff. I do think they mess around a bit too much with the colors for my liking, though. I kind of like the saturation and stuff like this. But the ray tracing itself I thought really cool actually. But yeah, I would just love to see you know, what Ubisoft would pull off with remaster Black Flag, because with Rogue and AC3 having one, I feel like they could definitely release one in the future, or anytime soon, hopefully. And I can imagine it may actually would add ray tracing with like the current generation of graphics card. Yeah, that's the thing with like remastered, you know, that's also my issue a bit with the Ezio like collection. The remaster one, at least with AC2, not so much with Brotherhood Revelations. But if you mess around too much with the color palette, you'd kind of like change a bit of a vibe too much sometimes, you know. Like for instance, like, you know, this place is kind of supposed to have a bit of a grayish tone to it, I guess. But a very remaster version, you know, like these green trees are like a lot brighter and like more intense greenish. But it almost looks like unnatural, at least in comparison to other colors, you know. And yeah, that's like my issue most of the time when it comes to remaster games. Like, don't change the color palette, please. Like, improve the textures, you know. But especially with these types of games, the color palette has been very, very carefully chosen. And which colors kind of represented in which city and stuff like that. So it's kind of like an artistic choice, you know. And at that point you're changing something crucial about the game, in my opinion. But you just saw they have more AC games done in that way, even the first. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I've seen a couple mods for the first game. Kind of like trying to make it look like Revelations AC1. You know, graphics. Try playing Diablo low, at least Diablo 1 or 2. I did play a bit of Diablo 2 back in the day. But it's been a long time. But let's go ahead and do an assassination contract. Yeah, exactly, Rod. That's the thing, I guess. It's very subjective, you know, what somebody who reworks the game and decides to kind of like have a look at the color palette would end up liking. But yeah, I feel like, you know, with especially the early AC games, which were a bit more stylistic, I guess, and less trying to be like super ultra realistic, I guess. The color choice really was very important, you know, especially in AC1. Each city had like a certain color as a main theme, basically. If you would change it to another color, you know, at that point, changing something that could have meaning about the game, you know. But I just attacked the thief.
Wait.
Sorry, guys. You beat the game? I never beat Diablo 2. Like a friend or some friends of mine had the game, and so I also got to play it a little bit, but I never advanced past like the early stages. I was like restarted the game with friends, and then we always like started a new playthrough pretty much. Snake, you just watched the Odyssey and Unity videos and it actually looks good, especially Unity though. You think the depth of field wasn't needed? Yeah, I think it's good if they would add like the option to turn off the depth of field thing. I do usually use a mod for Watch Dogs actually that makes it look more like the E3 trailer. And that mod also uses depth of field, but you can actually turn it off if you like. So if you could do that, you know, that would be a good compromise, I guess. But yeah, I would also love to see the Unity video. Like a Unity remastered. Flea Market. San Gimignano has long been filled with enemies of the Medici, and conspirators that are plotting against Florence. They are located in the marketplace next to Santa Maria Assunta.
You're not allowed up here. Leave.
I should try playing that game again. So the Diablo I would be most likely to check out currently would be Diablo 3, I think. But I don't know, I haven't really thought much about playing Diablo at all, at least so far. I might change my mind about that though.
There! After him! Hurry!
I don't know. To be honest, like, I feel like old school games have quite a good chance for people to check it out on Twitch, to be honest. Especially if not a lot of people are streaming the category. Like, you know, when I play like the Third Age, for instance, like Lord of the Rings, like people come out and say, hey, like I haven't seen that game in like ages, brings back memories and stuff like that. Or like, you know, Need for Speed Underground 2, like people still watch it, that stuff. Kind of depends, I guess, you know, if people are still willing to check out categories of older games. But to be honest, I feel like, in terms of like speaking of getting views, for instance, playing older games can actually have better results than newer games because the categories on Twitch aren't as saturated, I guess. But I don't really care about it, to be honest. I just play what I feel like playing. It just turns out to be, you know, like an old school game every now and then. Get down, Stronzo. Nostalgia can be such a strong incentive. The retro category on its own is huge. It's really, really true, yeah. And obviously, you know, the older a game gets, the more potential it has for, like, you know, fans. Or to have fans of a series, I guess. So yeah, nostalgia is definitely huge, for sure. And, like, retro. Cheers, Levy. I appreciate it.
Ne voglio sei per piacere.
And yeah, no worries, Snake. But there's always a lot of streamers playing Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, many speedrunners or randomizers of the game, but some just playing it casually as well. Yeah, and also like if you look at Pokemon, for instance, like, you know, older Pokemon games or first games, like people still play that as well, or like speedrun it and stuff like that. have also these randomizers, you know, like Nuzlocke playthroughs. Like, there's still a lot going on. Or like, you know, if you look, for example, at the Super Smash Bros. Scene, you know, how active that still was, and I think still is. I haven't seen it for a while, but last time I checked, like, that was still, like, super active. Oseva Kobe? Assassino. How's it going? I hope you had a good sleep after your birthday night. Or post-birthday night. You slept for ages? That's good, Kobe. You also had a pretty long day, I reckon. Rod, it's great to see that these older games and franchises are being played to this day. Some play them back when they originally came up, some had an older sibling or relative who they remember watching play them. And some, of course, curious about older games that have never seen them before or played them before. Exactly, you know, and that's why Twitch is such a great platform to kind of share games. Because old and new can really, like, you know, join together, and you know, you can like exchange stories about when you first seen that game and stuff like that, you know. Like, for example, with you, like, kind of growing up playing the Tomb Raider games. You know, I also kind of grew up with the Tomb Raider games, but because I was too young and wasn't allowed, I guess, to play games yet at that point, I just, you know, watched my older sisters play the Tomb Raider games. But we still kind of, you know, have that, I guess, kind of like shared experience of experiencing the game, just like in different forms. It's kind of cool how, you know, Twitch can, I guess, bring people together like that in various ways. But yeah, quite excited actually to play these games at some point. I'll probably just do the Reboot trilogy first, so play Rise and Shadow. But then eventually I want to check out the old school games. Vertical Slice. Borgia soldiers have been spotted in San Gimignano. They may be attempting a coup. Give them all, but make sure you aren't seen. I don't want Rodrigo to use your involvement as an excuse to go to war. It's amazing how much of an influence playing Mario games at the age of 5 was for you with later games. So Persia, Tomb Raider, Assassin's Creed, Uncharted all have jumping as part of the gameplay, for example. Dude, I would definitely agree. Yeah. Like, kind of growing up with Mario, you kind of got used to the whole like jumping and overcoming obstacles, you know. And like mini parkour parts, I guess, in a way. It's just kind of cool to realize, you know, how some games have influenced others, though you wouldn't really expect, you know, they actually have, because the final product just looks so different.
Get down, or I'll throw you down.
Get down. I'll throw you down.
Peasants are not allowed up here. Get down, or I'll throw you down. I was sure he was here. He's here! Say your prayers, criminale!
The suit just... it didn't even make any sound. It just immediately turned. Alright, let's try this again.
Go back down, or I shoot! You shouldn't be up here. Down! You belong down below!
You also belong down below. 6 feet under. So I'm not sure if I can actually use throwing knives in this instance. Because whenever you throw them and you are not max distance, they're gonna be protecting you just before we die. So that was max distance, which means they don't actually see you. I'm only visiting.
I'm getting out of here, but this is too much. Oh, hell. I just wanted a quiet day. Isn't there a decency law that applies?
Like, you know, imagining that somebody like witnesses a murder and then says, I'm only visiting. One of your favorites, Kobe? Yeah, it's hilarious. Isn't there a decency law that applies to this? Yeah, gotta get those decency laws put in place. But I'm only visiting. I don't know what's going on. I don't even know where I am. In fact, I don't even know who I am. I don't know what I'm exclaiming about either. Exactly, dude. That's kind of nutshell.
You have no business here, dog.
Hope you've made your peace with God, boy.
Vieni a prendermi. Avanti, stai annoiando. Come on, there's only one of me.
See you suffer for that.
Just last month, the Visconti bought 300 of my... Moving like...
Welcome back, Snake. Bobian, of course, he must be late, and she must be beautiful. Yeah, that's also a good one. He's like in a rush. But you have no business here, dog. That's number one. I'm not a dog. At number two, I don't have a business anywhere. Number three, my business got ruined by the patsy. Yeah, true that. Good thing we have taken care of these malacas.
Get down now.
Pet City matter, indeed. No camping. Our enemies are trying to band together in camps out in the countryside. Here they lead us. Without them, the mercenaries will flee. In order to create the greatest chaos possible, try to complete the task quickly.
Amici, a weekly bleeding. What a mess. danger! Cut him off!
Okay, do we have a horse here? That is the question.
How long can you keep running, eh? Move!
Not like the others. I cannot escape! Master!
No need to kill me.
I'm not like the
I'll
others.
just go.
Spare me.
Where did the horse go exactly? It's like follow me around the building or what?
Hey, hey!
Odd feeling.
Stop! You earned this!
Pazzo! You think you can outrun her?
You won't get away.
That's not good. The corpses are piling up around here. Let's leave.
Jose Cosmic. Used to play this a long time ago on the Xbox 360. Yeah, dude, good times. I play this back on the PC. But yeah, I never really stopped playing this.
Yeah!
Leave me alone!
Damn!
Showtime. One of the villains who hired the condottieri responsible for attacking Florence has been found. The man goes for a walk every day in the Tuscan countryside. Ambush him at the ruins of a Roman theater.
After you.
That hood. I'm having this odd feeling.
Just let me go! I'm nobody! How can you even contemplate such abomination? Unholy thief!
want to die.
I don't want to die. I'm beautiful. Yeah, she forgot like half of her line there. Alright, so that's all the assassination contracts we currently have available. Let's do this letter mission we have.
I need this delivered right away. If you're quick, I'll make it worth your while.
Wedding bells are ringing. Deliver the letter to the chapel on the other side of town before the wedding ceremony begins. The writers and voice actors must have had a field day with those NPC lines. Yeah, I tried to imagine the recording process. Dear Vincente, I have received evidence to prove our worst suspicions. Your daughter is marrying an impostor. Although Leone claims to be a Goth, he is, in fact, Florentine. This is further proof that those liars and cheats are trying to invade our government and further take away what little independence we have. If upon reading this your blood is boiling as much as mine, I say we drop him off at Torre Grossa. It will send a message to Florence. Yours, Ramondo. P.S. Once you have disposed of his annoyance, my son is of eligible age, as you know. Perhaps your daughter's hand would be better suited for his. Also, Cosmic, thank you for the follow.
Signor, Letterman.
Grazie.
This hero's luck will hold, we pray, and when he plays his cards, he'll root out all the evildoers and then take out the guards. Justitia, Justitia, in your name comes he this day. Dance and sing till gods fall down and the moon comes out to play. This mighty man, he keeps the poor from the mighty's reach. He keeps the maiden's hope and more. His lips, they do beseech. Bring our man a flagon of wine, for he has our cause at heart. Leave him not to suffer sorely. In war we all take part.
That was horrible.
No, please! I am afraid!
Are you booing me out?
Forgive me.
Did you say something?
I don't... Diablo.
Did you say something, huh? I have to take your broom. Let's make someone's ass.
No, Mom.
This one music is making him cross-eyed. Need like a seriously Bart emote or something. Or AC2. Of that dude's face.
Misericordia! No, please, don't kill me!
That's what you want in a musician, Levy.
What skill!
Excellent.
Professional soldier,
know what to do.
eh? I've known milkmaids would have had you soiling yourself.
There! I see him! There!
What? Killing the courtesans. You bastards. Are gonna all die. Had nothing to do with this.
When you break the rules, we break you!
Come on, give him a spear. I love that kill. Breaking the spear in two and double impaling the enemy. It's like Valhalla type of stuff.
Please, get this delivered on time and I'll repay you handsomely.
Speedy delivery. Quickly deliver these 3 letters to their respective destinations. From Rigarda. Dear Luca, I have been working to find a match for your daughter, but I find that most men in San Gimignano are weak and foolish, and those who are not are put off by your daughter's displays of independence. One potential suitor was shocked by her desire to leave the house without a head covering. Another was dismayed to find that she had planned the activities for the day herself. This cannot continue to go on if I am to find a husband for her. Take off the stick and beat her if you have to, but make sure she is docile the next time I bring a suitor by. If you cannot straighten her out, we may have to consider a nunnery. Sincerely, Rigarda. Jesus Christ. So basically punishing a woman for being independent and for like simple stuff like planning activities herself. Like, what the fuck? I don't want to deliver this letter, but it's in their story run, so we're gonna do it. Bobby, get thee to nunnery? To nunnery go. Shut up, Hamlet. Indeed. From Diana. Politics, politics, always politics. You swear that you are too busy at court to visit your son, but that is a lie. I know that you do not want to be seen with him. How many heirs has your supposed wife Bella produced? None by my account, and I keep track. You think that I am beneath you? And you may be right, but at least I have the courage to take care of your son rather than throw him out in the street, which many a night I yearn to do. Instead, I have raised him to be a good boy. He minds the house while I work in the shop. Now he's almost grown up and the heir to your estate. And who do you have? An upper-class wife who commandeers your Monday, wears a wig, and parades around like a peacock, in spite of the fact that she is infertile as a donkey. I may envy your money and your masculinity, Vincente, but I do not envy you that. Visit our son or not, you will have your estate soon enough. May God comfort you during the endless winter of your fertility. Ciao, Diana. Now that was a burn. I would definitely deliver this letter. And a letter from Michelangelo. I think that's actually the Michelangelo. Dear father, it has been almost a week since I abandoned my schooling. I don't expect you to understand why, I can't really explain it myself. But I feel the world flying by and I need to catch it to become part of its tides and currents. I'm not very good with speaking or numbers, but with my hands I can shape everything flowing around me. Every moment, every mood. I know that you wanted me to become something more than an artist, but please, for the sake of my future, relent. As you have always known, I am much more interested in sculpting and painting than I am in studying, and now the artist Domenico Ghirlandaio has asked me to join him as an apprentice. He just got back from Roma, where he painted a masterful panel in the Cappella Sistina. If I work hard, I might even be invited inside the Vatican, and maybe I get to see it. Please give your blessing to this apprenticeship. I promise to live up your lofty expectations, and I hope that one day you will be proud of me. Your son, Michelangelo. Rod, you're not a fan of Disney classics, but you just saw the trailer for a live-action movie about Cruella de Vil, who was in 101 Dalmatians. And Emma Stone looks excellent as a character. Yeah, I think I saw a trailer before of her playing the character. Definitely interesting. But personally, I'm more a fan of the classics than I am of the live-action remakes, because I feel like the classics had, I don't know, were not as much about, you know, remaking something, I guess, that they already did. Did have like a bit more creativity, in my opinion. But I would be definitely interested regardless, you know, kind of like seeing it, I guess. Maybe it's better than the other live action movies they did so far. But yeah, Emma Stone is a great actress though. Like the way she can change, you know, the character that she plays, but also her looks. It's definitely quite impressive, the kind of range that she has. But you've only seen the live-action remake of Aladdin, which you like, okay, but can't be Robin Williams as a genie. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, we just actually saw Aladdin just 2 or 3 weeks ago, again, like the animated one. And yeah, you can't replace Robin Williams, like seriously. He really made the character, you know. And what's kind of worse about it, I guess, is that there's this whole backstory about the movie back then, you know, where Robin Williams basically said, I'm gonna play this character, but you have to promise me that you won't market the movie as a Robin Williams movie, and I don't want to be more than that amount of percentage on the cover. You know, because he didn't want to kind of like lure people in just because he's playing a character there. But they didn't do that, you know, they like completely marketed the hell out of his character and him having a role. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of wish they wouldn't have made a remake, to be honest, because yeah, you just really can't replace that performance by Robin. Emma Stone is at least 20 years too young for that role, but you love her. I mean, that's fair, yeah. I mean, how old is the original character, I guess? Is she like in her 50s or 60s? Yeah, she was quite good in Birdman. For sure. Also La La Land, she played her role quite well, I would say. Vote is like my favorite movie or something, but I did like her performance. Also, give me one sec, guys. Kobe, you don't think you've ever seen her in movies, but you've seen her on the Graham Norton show, and she's amazing. Yeah, like, she has a huge range, I feel. Kind of like what characters she can play, and also, you know, she has a very, like, I don't know, like a very distinctive face, I guess, and also like, the expressions that she can make, I guess. No idea, but you always thought of her like in the late 40s, early 50s. I see. Yeah, I definitely would say that's the case. He was such a humble person, so full of life, energetic, with such a sharp mind and quick at improvising. He was such a right to witness, and he also had the talent as a dramatic actor as well. Of his performance in things like Good Will Hunting and Awakenings, also starring Robert De Niro. He would absolutely... sorry, absolutely like his performance in like different types of movies, you know, if it's like comedy or drama, like he's just so good at kind of like bringing this balance, you know, between like seriousness and you know, like funny stuff basically to the table. And I feel like that's what makes him also a great comedian, you know, like we just watched Jumanji last Sunday with him, of course, in the role, and just like, you know, going from like jokes and being very funny and kind of like expressive to like, you know, being super sad about what happened to his father as a child and all this, you know, stuff. Like I feel like having this, you know, kind of contrast between serious and fun makes both a bit more meaningful, I guess. And I think like he as an actor really displayed that a lot. Which also makes sense, you know, because of those, you know, kind of like depression and kind of like mental health issues he also, you know, had to endure, I guess. It's also one of the reasons why, like, you Jim Carrey so much. Not because, you know, he has depression, but because of his depression, he, you know, has a very special relationship with, I guess, what's funny, you know. And he also is very good in like bringing a balance of like seriousness and fun to the table. And yeah, Eva Green is also amazing, for sure. I really liked her performance in Casino Royale, in James Bond. Yeah, exactly, Rod, in SS Vespa. Jumanji was so fun. You watched it again a couple of years ago and enjoyed it. You had forgotten Kirsten Dunst was also in it. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think, you know, that it's like only a few years before she eventually got casted for Spider-Man, and you know how much she kind of has like grown up, I guess, in the time. Like in Jumanji, she's, you know, still like a very young teenager child, I guess. And yeah, like Jumanji is just a great movie, and I just recently found out that it's also groundbreaking in terms of like animation and kind of like realistic CGI animals, I guess. Because the director of a movie, he's actually like an expert in animation, and they created like a new kind of like process of combining kind of like real life like fur and kind of like, I guess, also maybe animals and stuff, but combining it with like the use of CGI. So only kind of like the movement gets like animated, I guess, but everything about the like appearance is kind of like natural, and was like one of the first movies that ever did that. I think it was like really groundbreaking in that aspect. Kirsten Dunst is a year older than you. Oh, is she? Very nice, dude. Yeah, it really was like amazing work. And that director, like, he also worked for the animations on like Star Wars, and also what's his name again? The dude who goes into like tomb raiding other movies. I forgot his name. Names are hard, I guess.
We must have you Kakasaki.
Why are you up here? Please!
Therefore, hard in the Spider-Man, you were smitten. I mean, that's understandable, Rod. I think she, you know, is a very beautiful woman.
Get them! You should not be up here so long!
I think she was a great cast for Mary Jane. But I like the entire cast a lot of, you know, those movies. First thing you would have seen her in was Interview with the Vampire. I haven't seen that movie. I think my first movie was definitely Jumanji with her, because it was like one of our childhood movies, really. Shit, we should have taken a horse.
Molte grazie.
We have a horse. Okay, we don't get this. Without a horse. Why the fuck are our pages broken today? It's so annoying, nothing works. That sucks, Levy. I hope that's gonna be fixed soon.
Grazie.
Grazie. Jesus, 20 seconds.
Andiamo!
I'm never gonna get that. Okay, we just gotta take a horse immediately. Yeah, J.K. Simmons was amazing as J. Jonah. And also Willem Dafoe as, you know, the Green Goblin.
Assaggiate I miei insaccati!
I also feel like James Franco was a nice cast as well.
I'm poor and sick and hungry.
Hey Vermola, welcome mate. Do you have any money? I'm poor and sick and hungry. How's it going today, Mola? I hope you're well.
Molte grazie.
Molte grazie. You're doing well for sure. That's good to hear, Mola. I'm glad that you're doing well. And indeed, happy Wednesday.
Grazie.
Getting closer to normal. Got a decent amount of sleep last night. Oh, that's good to hear, Mola. Yeah, sleep is so important for the rest of the day. So it's good to hear that you could get a good bunch of some. It's amazing what you can do when you turn off the games for a day. Yeah, that's fair. Having, you know, more time for other stuff.
Grazie.
Grazie. Oh. Alright, so that's everything we can currently do over here. Let's go ahead and get the fast travel point and then pick up some money in Monteriggioni. Yeah, I'm feeling good today, Mola. Definitely can't complain. More AC2 today, so that's always a good time. Right, I guess at this point we could pretty much renovate everything in the city.
I've great metal work here.
Buongiorno. Salute, Ser Ezio. Shall we take a look at the list?
We shall. Alright, we're gonna get the church. The military barracks. The Thieves Guild. And also the mines. And there we go. That is Montedigione fully upgraded and renovated.
Buon viaggio!
Buon viaggio. It really is cool, you know, how different the city looks once you have it fully renovated. At the start it's very dark, you know, all the shops are closed and it looks very muddy and stuff, but yeah, it kind of like changes over time, the more you renovate, of course.
I may be a bit disorganized, but I do know my smithing. Bear with me, amici.
Alright, so next we have a meta set, but we're gonna buy it only once we have the entire set available. Could also buy the Captain Sword or the Scimitar. Let's go for the Scimitar. Then we can buy the Metacestus. Very good to increase our fist damage. And the Sultan's Knife.
Here you go, sir. Mention me to your amici.
The quality of our speech is legendary. Here you know you are getting the best. No harm in browsing. Ciao. Addio then.
Alright, I think we're good. So what's next? I think we can actually go and do some main story now. Make our way to Venice.
Andiamo!
To the mountains. This music that plays here is also in the AC1 soundtrack, and it's called Dunes of Death. It plays when you are in the kingdom, and if you're just like running around exploring the area. Kinda cool they reuse it for the mountains, because it's kind of like a similar type of area. It's more like for traversing and having activities in here.
Leonardo! Ezio? What luck! I have run into a bit of trouble. Let me see if I can help. I know how to fix it, but lack the means to do so. If you could just lift the wagon.
What is this thing?
Eh?
It looks like a giant bat.
Oh, nothing. Just an idea I've been working on. I could not leave it behind.
What is it for?
Well, I shouldn't really talk about it. Al diavolo. I can't hold it in anymore. Ezio, I think I figured out how to make a man fly.
Come on, I'll drive.
But I haven't even told you where I'm going.
I like how Ezio just laughs about it. Yeah, just you wait, Ezio. You're gonna have to try it out yourself. Romagna holiday. Drive Leonardo's carriage toward Venice.
Venezia, such a beautiful city. So many sources of inspiration. Ponte di Rialto, Piazza San Marco, l'Arsenale. What's wrong?
We're not alone.
What's happening? Who are they?
Rodrigo Borgia's men.
Why? What do they want with us?
I think they want us dead.
Leonardo, hide!
It's a cool side fact about this memory. But the music that you can hear here by Jesper Kid has been the influence for Sarah Schachner in Origins, for a lot of the jumps and rhythms that she ended up using.
To make the carriage roll!
So you can hear like a little bit of AC2 and Origin soundtrack, you could say.
Hold on tight. This is going to be a little rough.
Leonardo. They are here for me, not you. I'll catch up with you later.
There he is!
I hate these awkward moments, so you come to me. Come get
Right,
it!
ora! Strike, ora! Like
Time is right. Chiudiamo questa faccenda.
Merda! Merda!
You just going to stand there?
No, remember your training, man!
Sai, le armi servono a duellare. It's a fight,
Be
face.
enough of you left
Try
to bury.
fighting for a change. You can't hit me.
Okay, that taunting game was on point. There we go. Beautiful Folly. aka most people's least favorite area in the game because it looks so grey. But that's exactly what I love about this one, to be honest. There's a kind of dark vibe and it's very fitting for the city and the region because it's kind of like riddled with a plague. It's, you know, sickening people here. I love the soundtrack in this region too. This track is called The Plague, and it also is the soundtrack where the desynchronization sound is from.
Did I just see that? I must be working too hard.
No, you can see for example on this dude, like he's coughing, kind of showcasing, you know, he's like sick.
State attenti! All members of the fraternity.
Truly, I am blessed this day. Two new artists of rare talent.
You finished with work, Levy. Excellent. That's good to hear. So it went quicker than you thought, I guess, at the end.
Agreed. Alright.
The bishop will grant special dispensation and pardon along with future spiritual considerations.
Half an hour quicker. That's good. Jesus Christ, he didn't do that.
Come and what my little gallery has got.
Just stole 1,500 from me. Yeah, get back here. That's some money you just stole. Bastard.
Stay away from me! Cazzo! Ain't no harm done, right? Right?
Citizen!
Citizen. Hey, Vic Remy.
I've got to get out of here! Just let me...
Levy, getting back to what you were just saying, you think it's a good idea to make that area grey because of reasons you just said, but you also think they, due to the graphical limitations of the time, it looks a bit washed out. That's why you also understand the people that don't like the look of this area. Yeah, I mean, that's usually the sentiment of people, you know, saying it looks washed out, but I do think the grey effect kind of adds to the feeling of that being the case, you know. But that's the thing, like they kind of chose stylistically different color patterns for different cities. So it looking grey and less colorful, you know, makes it look washed out. But it definitely was an intentional design choice because you see the difference, you know, to, for example, Venice, which is a lot more colorful. Yeah, I think it's a good idea, especially because of the limitations they had, you know, kind of like giving it more of a stylistic choice rather than being hyper realistic. And that's why the color patterns are so important in the earlier AC games. Especially AC 1 and 2, because they really played around with the idea of color patterns the most. Kind of like limiting it to certain colors per city. We have found the Abbazia di San Mercuriale. The tower of the Abbazia di San Mercuriale, with its height of 75 meters, is one of the tallest in Italy. The first church on the site was destroyed by fire in 1173. The present structure was built with brick in the Lombard Romanesque style and took only 7 years, making it one of the most miraculous construction jobs in the history of Italy. The colonnade to the right of the church is part of the abbey's cloister. You love stylistic choices like that? Yeah, I feel I can definitely give you know, it's a bit more character, I guess. But I guess it kind of depends on, you know, what the approach is with the art direction. Like, you know, for instance, like Valhalla also didn't go for a super realistic representation of the time period. Rather, they chose a color palette that was more representative of the 80th and 90th century romantic painters. That, you know, made like all these paintings of like medieval times because they're kind of like obsessed with it. So that color palette of a game is more akin to those paintings rather than how it actually would look like color-wise, I guess. Palazzo Comunale. Built in 1000 around an existing tower, the Palazzo Comunale was enlarged in 1412 and bought by the Ordelaffi family, the heads of Forli. Their rule was marked by excessive violence, culminating in the reign of Pino III Ordelaffi, who murdered his brother for the throne, killed his first wife, his mother, and his second wife, before being murdered by his third wife. Oh yes, I almost forgot to mention, he was also a great patron of the arts. Jesus. Killed his first wife, his mother, and his second wife, before being murdered by his third wife. What a biography. Yeah, I mean, I don't think if you go for like a realistic look that you necessarily have to have, you know, that specific color palette. Like, I guess you would just, you know, try to look, okay, or what type of vegetation did they have back then? Or how did, you know, the environments look like? And then make it dependent on that if you want to go for a realistic look, of course. But that's the thing with Valhalla, you know, they didn't try to do that. Rather, they wanted to give it an artistic choice by being inspired by paintings. But yeah, I couldn't tell you right now, you know, what would be like the correct colors for the 8th or 9th century in Britain. It probably requires quite a lot of research. Yeah, you know, it's not an accurate representation at all. But that's the thing, as I said, like with Valhalla, similar to these games, you know, they didn't try to make it look the most realistic. They had like a certain artistic idea and they executed it. So it's definitely an artistic, you know, choice. Oh, nice. Another glyph. Okay, let's go up here on the outside.
Holy focaccia! What on earth is he up to?
Doesn't quite work. These guys are still fighting. Okay, let's go up here. Thin the ranks. Our enemies are patrolling in Forli and I fear they'll rise up and attack Florence. I want you to destroy some of Girolamo Riario's men in the guard force. Hopefully that will buy us some time.
He wanted to stop the cycle, to tell the secret. Ugh, shit! I've gotta keep thinking through the headaches.
The Inventor. From Nikola Tesla. The economic transmission of power without wires is of all surpassing importance to man. By its means he will gain complete mastery of the air, the sea and the desert. It will enable him to dispense with the necessity of mining, pumping, transporting and burning fuel, and so do away with innumerable causes of sinful waste. It will make the living, glorious sun his obedient, toiling slave. It will bring peace and harmony on earth. Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower, under construction around 1902.
He found it in Croatia.
Nikola Tesla around 1900, so this is 2 years before the construction. And of course he had an Apple of Eden. Levi, you just pointed out to the quality analysts that a word they had been arguing about doesn't actually exist. Then they paused and just said that you resolved an issue they had for weeks. You died a little. Well, that's good that you could, you know, kind of solve something that they have been trying to solve for a long time. But yeah, you know, sometimes it just needs somebody who's like out of context, I guess, or you know, isn't like inside it, to have a look from outside and actually make them aware of sub-levels. Or do not realize that the word is not real. So which word was it, Levi, if you don't mind me asking?
He found it in Croatia. They would find it in his lab.
And yeah, of course the Templars took the apple from Nikola Tesla. There have been some weird variants on Etsy, mainly the color variant Gilba. And Google Translate always says it's silver, but you went on a quick search and found out that it's not the same of a color, or an actual word for that matter, because you were annoyed. I gotcha, Levi. Gilbavo. Yeah, that's I have never heard of it before.
Oh no, I should get help.
Yeah.
You'll hurt someone pulling stunts like that. Oh, that is impressive.
Direct?
Ah, not my problem. How in God's
Says you can like stay up there.
But one just one.
Just go up here.
Truly, I am blessed.
Is there another way?
Go up there. Let's scream. Yes.
Assassino!
Assassino. Hey Barrick. Welcome, mate.
Let none defend this vilest of criminals. He's no hero. He slays with wanton abandon for nothing but his
You belong down below with the rat. Peasants are not. Why are you here? Die!
You wanna fight? He says while dying and falling to the ground.
I want no part of this.
As you value your life, son!
I'm only visiting. Found Rocca di Ravadino. Built with a square plan and imposing corner towers, this fortress was constructed in 1471 by the architect Giorgio Marchesi Fiorentino at the request of Pino III, the Lord of Forli, then enlarged with a citadel by Girolamo Riario, the new lord. The citadel later became the refuge for Caterina Sforza from an attack by Cesare Borgia, Rodrigo Borgia's bloodthirsty son, in 1500. It was then used as a prison. Doesn't really seem like a fun place to hang out now, does it? So this is kind of cool because it's kind of like references to what happens in Brotherhood, because the war between Caterina Sforza and Cesare Borgia is kind of reason for Monteriggioni to be attacked. And it's unlike people think, you know, that it was because of what happens at the end of AC2. It's actually that Cesare Borgia is like actively waging a war that brings Monteriggioni under attack.
Look at their proud bearing and unfaltering steps. And well done.
You are davvero the best I've ever seen.
Come, amici! I've fresh sheep's urine and roast.
Right, I guess you can actually go ahead and do this assassin tomb. That's available. Ravardino's secret. Infiltrate Rocca di Ravardino and find the assassin's CO hidden within. Whoops. No, not this direction.
Where is he got to now? Maledizione, where did he go? Where is he got to now?
I'm sure I had seen him before. Yeah.
Hey, maledizione, where did he go?
Where's Levi? I will see you when you get back. Gotta love how, you know, subtle the music is. But also how it has like a delay, you know, it's like repeating itself. Which makes sense for like abandoned and kind of like empty places, you know. They usually have a lot of like echo, I guess.
That cloak. There! You will not... Oh.
There we go. And that is the sarcophagus of Gulangar, I think. The one who shot Genghis Khan's horse with an arrow. And if he did that, then I'm pretty sure he also worked together with Altair and Maria and their sons, Darim and Seth. Because they actually traveled to kill Genghis Khan together. It just never got shown in the games. Yeah, Seal of Gulangar. Rod, you're going to it very sexy. Enjoy the rest of your stream, mate, and I will catch you next time. That's no verse all, Rod. I hope you have a good night and a good rest. Thank you so much for coming by and joining. And here's also a shout out to you as well. So if you guys haven't checked out Rod's channel yet, he's a big fan of Assassin's Creed. When you're playing or doing a stealth challenge on Syndicate. But also playing for AC Valhalla, doing Completionist. So definitely check that out for AC content. But he's also playing all kinds of other games during the week, like The Witcher, The Medium, or Tomb Raider. So stay tuned for that as well. But yeah, Rod, you have a good night, and I definitely catch you soon. Always happy to give you a shout out, Rod. I'm looking forward to your next stream, dude. Back to Egypt with Lara. Excellent, dude. Some more Tomb Raider time. Always good.
Come, friends. In your minds. Ciao, signore. E mention me to your amici.
The foul, hell-spawned infernal killer you have all heard of.
You think you're gonna escape? What? Where did we go?
Alright, what else do we have? We have assassination contracts. Let's do those.
You shouldn't be here. Cazzo! Get down from there. Ora! Impressive. Only in a hyper fashion. He's on display in my shop. Isn't that illegal? Their souls, displeasing his holiness the Pope, by not seeing that
Also, hey there, Ethan. Welcome. Yeah, this AC game is amazing. It's also my favorite game of all time at the same time. Beginnings of a conspiracy. Girolamo Riario, the Lord of Forli, seems to be plotting something. A group of his men broke into the Palazzo Pitti and murdered several residents. Stealing a rare map in the process, we may have lost the map, but we make them pay. Kill them without being seen. Did I check out the river raid for Valhalla? I did, yeah. Yeah, I went live yesterday night and checked out river raids for like 2 hours or something. Definitely fun addition. Bit repetitive, but you know, it's kind of like extra content and another reason to boot up the game. I'm also happy that they fixed the bug that was happening to the Ragnar Lothbrok quest. So if you have killed all of the Drangers of Ragnar Lothbrok, you can actually trigger the final cutscene and get a unique item as well. That was probably the best surprise of yesterday's session, that they fixed that. Okay, to do this stealthily, without being seen, we just have to let the mercenaries kill these guys. Shit. Okay, let's go back here. Gotta wait for him to kill the target. You have fun with it, but it crashed the game a couple times. You don't think you have did all of the Lost Stranger, but the mission is available for you. I mean, I'm pretty sure you have to have fought all of the Drangers, so maybe you did. I think there's like 6 Drangers total, so it's not too much.
ghosts of pumpkins.
have
you can
run.
see.
Okay, come with me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's only 6.
Not forgotten what you did to my sister, figlio di puttana.
I like how our target has like done something to a sister of one of the mercenaries that we hired.
My, what brave, strong men! Che FIFA! You would think Hannibal had returned!
I would happily wait till a small fortune of the outcome of this battle. Looking.
Presto! Aiuto! Salvatemi! I want no part of this!
I want no part of this. I'm only visiting. Okay, we're gonna do the same tactic here.
Grazie.
Let them have
What
it.
kind of training a watchman receives in this dung heap?
Just the best way to kind of like secure
May God put you under his wing.
they don't detect or attack you. Okay, there's our target.
This trash is dealt with.
I want no part of this!
I can pay. That is not a real guy. Imposter! We're being attacked! Guard!
Are you shitting me? If I use my mercenaries on this dude, I get auto-detected? He didn't even detect me, you know? It just, it's like a bug. Great. Okay, so we can't use the mercenaries of our last target. I knew there was something fishy with this mission, because I remembered it, just didn't know exactly what went wrong the last time.
Tiny little target.
I've known milkmaids would have had you soiling.
Yeah, definitely a bug there. Oh, we gotta wait for the mercenaries to kill everybody again. Might be able to do this. Okay. This way he dies sooner.
All right, go.
Sì, tesoro! Guardate quanto perditi!
You did even? Yeah, it really isn't that many in the end.
Citizen!
Citizen? Eva Demise. Welcome, mate.
Isn't that dangerous?
Get down, or I'll throw you down. You belong down below with the rabble. Peasants are not allowed up. He's here! Faster! Run fast! He's here!
Shitting me. I even had the dude targeted, and Ezio just went for the other dude. I swear, this last dude like just fucks it up. And 2 times I get shit baited by the game. Like I even targeted the dude. Okay. You're dead.
All yours.
You are dead!
Now we have to chase the guards chasing the thief.
Your luck just ran out!
There's something here.
Come back here, you rodents!
You won't get away!
Your luck just ran out!
Only the best of raiment you here, little shit! Silks and clothes of finest breed.
Your luck just ran out!
Wait till I get my hands on
Your
you!
luck just ran out!
Stay here.
Wait till I get my hands on you!
Your Your luck just ran out.
Are you fucking kidding me? Like this time I couldn't even tell them to fight my target. Like I swear this memory doesn't like me today. it's like 3 different types of bugs in one mission.
That's yours. Have fun.
I stop. Please, run. There's no need to do this.
But I sing of your honors and
There's no need to do this.
I say that. Mercy! What have I done? Mercy! I've done nothing wrong!
You shouldn't dare. He's bolting. Stop him.
Finally. This actually got it this time.
Do you require a medical assist? Eccolo! There! There! You're not there, he is not on my watch!
Alright, let's go ahead and do this Choreo assignment. Arch enemies. It seems as if the Borgia family is making a move towards Forli. Florence might be next. Borgia archers are on the rooftops looking to strike. Eliminate them before they can call for help.
I will kill all your fingers. Sardine, 10 a 2 soldi. I'm so you. What are you doing here? Get down now. You shouldn't be up here. Leave. Don't you? There is.
Who could hide from a man this skilled?
Cheers, Eric. Thank you, dude. Yeah, those throw knives are so powerful against some of the archers. The ones that only take one knife to die.
Could you deliver this for me? It must be done quickly, but there is a reward.
The messenger's burden. Deliver this letter to Romagna Farmer. From Andrea Allegro. Messer, this is to inform you that your presence is requested at the Palazzo Comunale within the next month. I have received correspondence from your neighbors implying that you have attacked several of them with your sword, even going so far as to mutilate a young girl who crossed your farm. Though this is your right, as it is your land, I have also claimed that you have committed crimes against God and nature, an accusation of a much more serious nature. Such behavior is forbidden and folly. If you are not aware of the charges against you, read Leviticus 18:23. Report to us, or a contingent of guards will be sent to arrest you. Cordially, Andrea Allegro.
Pesce appena pescato! Fresco di giornata!
Only the height of fashion is only play in my shop.
Why so rough, ragazzo? I'm a friend to you.
Oh, shit.
No client of mine will ever be caught under drift.
Oh, that is impressive, though reckless.
Vattene! Via dal mio terreno!
Oh, you wanna get some? There you go. Want some too? You all want some.
Generally, they're made for swinging it. Damn it! I'll hack you to bits! Let's finish this. No! You will suffer! What are you waiting? Get your dirty hands off me!
Yeah. That's how it's done. How about we go ahead and check out the slide tower? I think there might be a feather or a glyph nearby. Almost said knock you out. Yeah, there's a feather. And it's a viewpoint. The song is called Venice Industry. It's actually a song that has been composed for Venice, but it plays in 4D instead. But I can see why, because it's kind of like more of a darker track. And of course this is kind of the connecting city between Florence and Venice. So it makes sense you would get like a bit of a taste of Venice already. The open countryside. Oh yeah, dude. I quite like this place because, I have like both, I guess, countryside and the city. It's Forli and Romagna. So really cool stuff for sure. This viewpoint reminds me of one of these Origins viewpoints. With a lighthouse. With a fire burning. Alright, I want to do the next assassination contract. Kinda want to catch up on all the side content we have available in 40 before we go to Venice. But we should almost be fully catch up with that. Let's actually go ahead and get the plane cape equipped again, because the Medici cape is good in Florence because it gives us immunity to most of the crimes that we perform, except of course if we kill somebody or something like that. But it doesn't help us at all in Venice or here. And I do like the plane cape a bit more because it's like simple. It's better to me. Oh, we actually have a database entry for Forli, which we haven't gotten before. Founded in 900,000 BCE by Paleolithic cavemen were interested in flint manufacturing, Forli has been an industrial center ever since. The name comes from the Romans Forum Livii, who built the city in 188 BCE along the Via Aemilia, one of several roads they laid after pacifying the Goths in the region. After Roman rule, it went from Lombard hands into Church's hands and then became an independent republic in 889, infuriating the Vatican, which spent the next 400 years trying to get it back. On top of Rome's constant manipulations, Forli had to deal with a steady stream of Goth, Byzantine, Lombard, and Frank marauders for the next few centuries, along with annual flooding, which was finally brought under control by diverting nearby rivers away from the city's center in 1050. Like most independent republics, Forli became a military dictatorship at the end of the 30th century, and then was passed to the Ordelaffi family, who, despite having a lion with its tongue playfully sticking out as a crest, were not all that cute or nice. In 1480, with the Ordelaffi fighting amongst themselves for over the chain of succession, the Pope stepped in and gave the city to his nephew, Girolamo Riario. But things didn't really go as planned for the Pope. When Girolamo was killed, the city passed to his wife, Caterina Sforza, the Amazon of Forli, who fought tooth and nail to prevent the Vatican from taking control. Ultimately, however, Caterina was vanquished and Forli passed into Church's hands. And this is really important, understanding the conflict that happens at the start of Brotherhood, right? The reason Caterina goes to Ezio in Montelegione is because she seeks military aid to defend the city against the Vatican. And that's why Montelegione gets attacked, you know. Lots of people say it's because Ezio spares Rodrigo at the end of AC2, but that's actually not the case. It has more of a historical reason. Also, hey there, Hope. Welcome, mate. High precision, Garrett.
Deal. Come,
After you.
Quanto chiede? Bellezza? Che poppe! Mi fai impazzire, amore! Ah, mi sa che mi sono innamorato!
Right. Is there another way? Can't follow you there.
I like every time how Ezio just grabs the pigeon. No hesitation. Just goes straight forward. Also, Levi, welcome back. Wet work. My connections in Venice have informed me that a boat has been seen scouting for the Ottomans in Forli, looking for a good place to invade. Hear the boat's captain. How's Ezio behaving? So far he is, I would say. But we haven't met Caterina yet, which will happen soon. And once Ezio's meeting her, all the behaving rules are thrown out of a window. His biggest weakness, woman. Exactly.
He's here!
Who's here? Get down now. Save Moradnon. It's going good, thank you. Playing some more AC2 today. Currently on our way to Venice. Okay, let's go up here. You've been working on your Finnish assignments that are extra late for the past 2 days. Only 2 left of 5, so you're kind of starting to feel relieved. Oh, that's good, Moradnon. Bet you're getting that done slowly but surely. Okay, if you understand, you're feeling relieved. But yeah, I hope the rest of it will go smoothly. Hopefully it won't take you too long. Ezio, over here. Right, yeah, I think it's time we meet with Ezio. We still have another assassination contract, but we can also come back to this place once we are gone to Venice. We can like go back and forth a bit.
Ezio, here! Over here!
Ezio, here, over here.
Ezio, here! Over here!
Avamposto Veneziano. Venetian naval strategy involved maintaining a steady chain of bases along the trade routes to the east, ensuring that its merchants were able to get there and back without being attacked by pirates or Venice's enemies, the Turks. By the end of the 50th century, Venice's fleet was occupied trying to force Charles VIII of France out of Italy, at which point Turkish forces struck without warning. Venice was soundly defeated, losing its Greek outpost. Following that, the Turks managed to invade Venetian territory in northern Italy. Although Venice was able to keep most of its territory, from that point forward it would never again be a great naval power.
Ezio, here!
You're almost done with high school, Moradnon? Excellent, dude. Are you finishing in the summer?
Thank you, Ezio. You saved my life.
I did what had to be done. You would have done the same.
I doubt it. Bravery is not my strong suit. I owe you a debt, brother. Di niente.
Tutti a bordo! Fra poco si salpa!
That's our traghetto. Venezia waits.
Where's your pass?
What pass? You don't have a pass?
You cannot enter Venezia without a pass. Who invited you?
Nobody.
Basta! No pass, no entrance!
Don't worry, Leonardo. I'll come up with something.
Don't just stand there! I need help!
Do you remember this as clear as the day from the book? Or this scene right now? Did he talk about how much he liked Katerina? Tutti a bordo. Help the screaming woman get back to the docks. Fast travel station. Venice is situated on a series of islands surrounded by a lagoon, requiring travelers arriving or departing to take a traghetti, a ferry. Traghetti come in all sizes, from the small ferries that shuttle people around the city, to large ships that carry passengers to and from the mainland. Traghetto stations were run by guilds, which enacted all kinds of laws to make sure that only the most connected members have the lucrative privilege of working at a station. Each station had its own routes, which could range from allowing only people 40 years of age and older to work there, to forcing pilots to only carry 10 passengers per ship. The damn thing ends like the first day of June or something, but the only big thing you need to do is the exams in the middle of March, otherwise you're fine. Oh, very nice. But definitely wish you best of success for the exams in March, Warden. I hope everything goes well and smooth, and yeah. Of course he did, Levy. Of course.
Dio del cielo! Aiutatemi! Qualcuno mi aiuti! Non so nuotare!
Madonna.
Oh, you're good. The ladies must like you.
I wasn't looking to impress, only to help someone in distress.
Which is this?
Caterina Sforza. Born 1463. Profession: Countess of Forli et Nobo. A countess by marriage, Caterina was notorious far before she ever arrived in Forli. Raised in the court of Milan, she received a classical education while tutored in the art of war by her father, the Duke. At court, Caterina also acquired a passion for alchemy and hunting. In 1473, when she was 10 years old, Caterina became engaged to Girolamo Riario, the Pope's nephew. They consummated their marriage when she was 14. Once in Rome, she was heralded as one of the most outgoing nobles at court. While her husband had a reputation for being one of the most ruthless, and with the premature death of the Pope's brother, Girolamo regained even more power, securing the titles of Lord of Imola and Forli. When the Pope died, Luther sacked Rome, destroying Caterina's residence. Unafraid despite being 7 months pregnant, Caterina rode on horseback to the Castle Sant'Angelo and defended the Vatican with cannon fire and soldiers. In 1484 she moved with her family to Forli, paid off by someone with a grievance against her husband. The Ossi brothers killed Girolamo in 1488. As a result, Caterina became the ruler of Forli and Imola. She wasted no time, winning the favor of nearby rulers, revising the tax system, and training the militia herself. Although she advocated peace, when those around her were hurt, she dealt fierce vengeance, frequently killing enemies' wives and children in punishment. When Forli was under attack by Cesare Borgia, the Pope's son, She sent the Pope a letter that had been rubbed with plague sauce. So where's Eric? I see you in a few. Morton, that's why kind of rushing the damn finished assignments, because you need to turn those in, otherwise you won't get into the exams without some extra steps. Ah, I see. Well, I definitely hope that you're gonna be finishing that soon, so you don't have to do those extra steps, Morton. But yeah, dude, I believe you can do it. You think he likes the ladies a little more than they like him? Could be, Levy. And yeah, I do love Katerina as a character. I think she's really cool. But she's also very extreme, to say the least. Ultimately, Forley and Katerina fell to Cesare de Borgia in 1499. Katerina was captured and sent to Rodrigo Borgia in Rome, who kept her imprisoned for a year and is rumored to have raped her alongside his son. When she emerged from the Vatican, her hair had turned white. So this is something that happens in Brotherhood. That does happen, but is of course never shown. But Ezio actually rescues Katerina out of the imprisonment. And Ezio asks Katerina what happened and if they did something to her. But she says that nothing happened, to kind of secure, you know, her image of what Ezio has of her. It really is a damn sad story, to be honest. Like, you know, how she got abused, basically. It happens in the book. Ah, okay, interesting. I wasn't sure that, you know, if Brotherhood is kind of like contradicting what the database says, or, you know, if she's just lying to Ezio, but I always had the impression that she was, you know, lying to secure some sort of like, I guess, dignity, you know. Exiled to Florence, Caterina died of pneumonia in 1509. The books about the Ezio timeline are very detailed. Damn. So they talk like explicitly about what Rodrigo and Cesare do to Caterina, I reckon.
Exactly why you impress.
It must have been difficult to read.
You are Messer...
Auditore, but please, call me Ezio.
I'm Caterina. Now, Ezio, we must find you suitable reward. Do you have any suggestions?
There is perhaps something you could help me with.
I'm all ears.
Ah, I see. So it's like too much juice in the book. Too many small details.
Yes, signora. Whatever you say, signora.
He won't trouble you anymore. I took care of it.
Thank you, Caterina.
Perhaps we'll see each other again. Should you ever find yourself in the city of Forley, it would be my pleasure to welcome you.
I look forward to enjoying your hospitality.
Please accept my most humble apologies, Messere. Had I known...
It's quite alright, my friend.
That's what I love about Ezio, you know, he's not like, you didn't let me, you know, take the boat. It's like, you know, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Ezio is the MVP. Of the other books hit a sweet spot at around 400 to 450 pages. Yeah, that seems like a decent length for the AC stories, to be honest.
Be careful, Ezio. Do you know who that was? My next conquest. I don't think so, Ezio. That's Caterina Sforza, daughter of the Duca di Milano. Her husband is...
Husband?
Si, her husband is the Lord of Forley. That woman is as powerful and dangerous as she is young and beautiful.
Sempre come una donna per me.
I like how Leonardo's like, did you even listen to me just now?
Everything all right?
Better than all right. You're making amazing progress.
Amazing's quite a strong word.
Then why are we stopping?
Prolonged exposure to the Animus can have, side effects.
Awesome.
It's nothing to worry about. You haven't shown any of the symptoms.
Symptoms? What symptoms?
Degradation of cognition, temporal hallucinations, multiple awareness issues, overlapping realities, you know.
So what you're saying is...
What we're saying, Desmond, is if you're not careful, you may not need the Animus to visit with your ancestors, which wouldn't be a bad thing, assuming you could control it. Up until now, though, no one has.
Subject 16.
We have safeguards, Desmond. And they kept him in the Animus for way too long, sometimes days at a time. We're being careful with you.
I hope so.
Anyway, I was hoping we could test out your skill retention. See if you've picked up some of Ezio's abilities.
I'm game.
Great. Meet me downstairs when you're ready.
It's just like, I'm ready, alright? But yeah guys, I feel like this is a good spot to actually take a break and come back to this with the optional dialogues and whatever else you have to do in the modern day. So I will take a break of like 5 to 10 minutes, and once you're gonna come back we will do this, and then also jump into Venice and explore that city. But yeah, I will see you guys in a few. Yo guys, and welcome back. Thank you for staying tuned. And yeah, let's jump back into AC2. We just got thrown out of the simulation. We're now back into the modern day with Desmond Miles. And yeah, we can put some of the abilities that we learned and picked up from Ezio to the test. But before we do that, we're gonna talk to both Rebecca and Sean. And yeah, see what they have to say.
Hey, nice work today. You're a natural.
Thanks. It's definitely getting easier. I gotta say, after all the crap I went through at Abstergo, it's nice to be with the good guys.
Good guys? Let's not get carried away.
What's that supposed to mean?
In case you've forgotten, Rebecca, we're assassins. I can look it up for you if you like. Basically, it means we assassinate people.
Only when we have to.
It's a choice. You're choosing to kill.
I haven't killed anyone.
No, not yet. But what do you think all this is for? Eh? You think Lucy's giving you Ezio's abilities so you can build schools in South America and deliver rice to starving Indonesians? What are you, Desmond, a vegan? You'd be the first vegan assassin in history.
Look, it's not ideal. And taking a life is never easy. But sometimes, there's no other way. Sometimes, Desmond, people have to die for things to change.
She's got a point. But don't fool yourself into thinking you have no say. I mean, isn't that what we're all about here? Safeguarding free will?
Man, this dialogue is just A+. It's kind of like self-awareness of the characters about, you know, what they're doing. And, you know, Desmond kind of believing, like, the assassins are, like, you know, the good guys in terms of, like, the heroes, you know? Like, killing somebody doesn't make you a hero. But that doesn't mean that, you know, what you did could lead to better circumstances. It just showcases, you know, that it's a very grey topic, I guess. Because, you know, it's kind of like the utilitarian question in philosophy. Should one die to save 100? You know? And that's what people would say killing is never the right thing to do. Which I would support. But in the universe of Assassin's Creed, you know, there's of course this organization who says, well, yeah, you know, like, we experience this every day, you know, and obviously Abstergo is a different type of, you know, danger to deal with. That fortunately we don't have in real life. Or the Templars. But the Templars obviously in Assassin's Creed are, you know, pretty damn evil, responsible for the deaths of hundreds of people. And the enslavement of them. So, in that logic, you know, it does make sense that they would go ahead and say, okay, you have to kill this one tyrant to save tons of innocent people. But what's good is, you know, that they kind of realize, okay, this is the way we have to go. But that doesn't make us, you know, good people or something. We still kill. And that's kind of a self-awareness that Layla has been, like, really lacking, you know. Because in Fate of Atlantis, of Odyssey, Layla's basically being manipulated by the staff a bit, and she ends up killing her friend. And when she talks to Alethea, she says, "I'm not a bad person, I don't kill." And it just shows you how unaware she is of herself, I guess, you know. Like, she joined the Assassins, and she said, you know, that killing somebody makes you a bad person, which she wouldn't want to do. But is a member of the Assassin Brotherhood at the same time. And then you have Sean and AC2, you know, saying, we are assassins, we kill, you know. Get familiar with it. It's just a very big difference in terms of, like, modern day writing.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make it into a whole big thing.
That's cool. So, how's she treating you?
The translation software is still a bit laggy. You're probably catching the odd bit of Italian. Sorry about that.
No worries. Abstergo's machine wasn't perfect either. And the subtitles? Definitely a big plus.
That's another cool thing, you know. This is kind of like self-awareness of a developer, I guess, or kind of like breaking the fourth wall. Because by saying that the Animus is the simulation, you know, it kind of is the same for the game, because the game itself is a simulation. So if Rebecca's adding like subtitles to the Machine of the Animus, it explains why you have subtitles in the game, which AC1 didn't have. And it also explains, you know, how some things are not translated but in Italian. Just really cool and logical for Warbreak, I feel. Okay, let's obviously Rebecca talks. Let's have a chat with Sean.
What could 16 have found that needs so much secrecy and security?
Oh, I don't know, do I? Lucy thinks it's something about the Codex, but I'm not so sure. I'm all ears if it's as life-changing as 16 says. Blimey, if I was allowed to use the Animus, I'd be the one in there finding out. Instead, as usual, I'm forced to sit here on the sidelines.
I would love to have Sean be in the Animus sometime. Especially now that, you know, anybody can relive the memory of anybody if you have the source material. Like, you know, Layla isn't related to the ends, to kind of like the people that she explores. Because she can just use the blood or like DNA sample to reach the same effect, I guess.
What are you up to?
What am I up to? Who are you, my mum? I've been running traces on the Codex pages, looking to see if any of them are still around.
And?
Nothing concrete. Reports of one in the archives of the National Central Library in Florence. Maybe a few in the hands of collectors. Probably Templars. I'd send someone to check it out, but we're very short on manpower.
How do you think the Codex wound up in Italy? I mean, it seems so random.
Dante Alighieri by way of Marco Polo.
Seriously?
Something happened in 1321, yeah? Now, I'm still working on making the connections, but from what I can tell, Polo encountered the assassins while visiting Kubla Khan. This must be when he obtained the Codex. Now, when he returned to Italy, he passed it on to Dante. Dante was close to him, if not an assassin himself. Now, I've no idea what brought the two of them together, but I'll tell you what, I reckon we could find out.
I don't think Lucy wants us messing with the Animus.
Yeah, you're right. We've got enough to deal with. I guess satisfying my curiosity will have to wait.
Yeah, and basically what Sean just explained is my dream setting for an Assassin's Creed game. Like, I'm just as curious as Sean about this because, you know, this is a time of Dante, of a Codex, of Domenico Auditore, who built the Monteriggioni villa, was in contact with various pieces of Eden, like the Shroud. You have this like whole, you know, like traveling aspect with Kublai Khan. But also you could go to France because Domenico Auditore actually met up with Thomas de Carnion, who is the assassin you see in the intro of Unity. It is basically, you know, leading to the arrest of Jacques de Molay and gets him burned at the stake. And with it the Templar Order eradicated. At least for a short time. So there's like so much stuff and connections to other games, you know, that they could implement there. It's of course the biggest connection between AC1 and AC2. But also to AC Unity in certain ways. Because Jacques de Molay is just a very, very important character for the motivation of a villain in Unity.
How'd you get mixed up in all this?
Most assassins, Desmond, are like you, yeah? They're born into the Brotherhood. Not me, though.
Here we go.
What? He asked. Anyway, I've always been a big fan of the unexplained. There's something exciting there, you know? A sense that life is more interesting, more mysterious than we've been raised to believe.
So what, you just stumbled across the assassins?
No. I found the Templars first, actually. Abstergo is a big company. It's too big, which means there were slip-ups, you know, like that mess they're having right now with the fluoride. Only I was tracking this stuff years ago. I must have been, what, 14? 15?
You knew Abstergo was a Templar company?
No, not at first. I just knew they were up to no good, and I figured maybe I could do something about it. So I started digging up everything I could on the company, posting stuff to news groups, trying to spread the word, looking for people who might have stories to tell.
You must have gotten Abstergo's attention.
Well, fortunately, I got Rebecca's first. Otherwise, I'd probably be at the bottom of a river.
You're welcome.
Yeah, she tried to warn me, told me I was messing with the wrong kind of people.
And what did you do?
I thought you were mental.
But now you know better.
Yep, now I know you're just a bit mental.
Long story short, I saved his ass. Multiple times. Should have dropped him and let Abstergo have their way.
Listen to you, trying to be all badass.
So what happened?
I have a gift, Desmond. I have a gift for seeing things, making connections. Like your eagle vision, you know? Only useful.
We offered him a place with us.
Yes, you did, yeah. The alternative? A life on the run from the most powerful organization on the planet. I decided to prolong my life. I'm eccentric like that, so I signed up. I've been doing research and analysis for them ever since. Best part is, I love it.
And I love Sean. Such a great, you know, character. And Danny Wallace, the actor for him, he just really adds so much, you know. He kind of got typecasted for this character. Because, you know, he kind of is Sean in some ways, you know. It's also very much about acquiring knowledge and doing research. He's also a writer, so he does write books and stuff. Like, he actually wrote Yes Man, which got made into a movie with Jim Carrey. It's basically the story of somebody who's like saying no to everything, but then because of a bet, he goes ahead and has to say yes to everything to basically be able to catch opportunities he didn't, you know, really see before. And yeah, it's a really cool book actually, or slash movie, I guess. Kind of a message of a movie is nice. But if you say yes a bit more, you know, you might experience things you never would or thought you would have experienced. But yeah, he's very witty and has very dark humor, just like Sean, of course. So it's kind of cool seeing the influence from the actor and writer onto the game character.
What's this for?
I'm keeping tabs on the other teams.
Other teams?
The Templars have been hunting down the pieces of Eden using the map they got from you at Abstergo. Luckily, Lucy has provided us with a copy as well, allowing us to pursue them.
And how's that working out?
So far, so good.
If they find even one of those pieces, we're gonna have problems.
Oh, you're picking up on that, are you? That is why we're training you. Once you've acquired the necessary skills, we'll be able to send you into the field.
And what about you? Why aren't you out there?
I'm not out there because my expertise lies in other areas. And to be honest, I prefer it that way. But make no mistake, Desmond. I'm an assassin through and through. I've killed before. I expect to kill again. It's just that I prefer not to.
This is a very rare moment with Sean as well, you know, that he actually isn't sarcastic, you know. Like, he basically realizes that the assassins have the best chance of stopping Abstergo and all the stuff that they do and how they manipulate society. But, you know, he prefers to not kill. That's why he's, you know, more like assisting us with information and doing research and kind of like coordinating teams around the world. Because, yeah, he doesn't want to kill. He doesn't take, you know, joy in it or something. But yeah, that's everything we can talk to with Sean and Rebecca. Let's go and meet Lucy.
So what's the plan?
We're gonna see what you've managed to retain. Come on. Abstergo's out there, looking for us. They're better funded and better equipped, so it's only a matter of time before they find this place. We need to be ready for them when they do. I want you to activate the warehouse's defense system. I'll let you figure out how to reach the sensors.
Oh, come on. Not even a hint?
Open your eyes, Desmond.
Raju, there!
Lucy? I'm seeing things.
Do the hallucinations last longer than 30 seconds?
No.
Then it's nothing to be worried about. It'll pass.
So yeah, this is a bleeding effect, of course. Desmond sees, you know, ghosts of the past and memories because of being so long into the Animus. And Lucy's kind of an expert on the bleeding effect because she studied that stuff. Kind of made the comparisons to like multiple personality disorders and stuff. Because it is, you know, kind of has a similar effect on the consciousness of people who are prolonged to the Animus for too long. Like, you know, for Clay, all of his realities kind of like merge together and at the end of his life. And he experienced like loads of memories and different ancestors. But with the bleeding effect, you know, there's also a positive aspect to it, because it allows Desmond to acquire these abilities, you know, like doing parkour and climbing. Never could do that as like, you know, before he joined or went into the Animus. So this also allows him to acquire more abilities more quickly.
So, how am I doing?
You've picked up every single one of Ezio's skills. The adoption rate is fantastic. Another day or two and we'll be done.
Alright, you gotta tell me. Why Ezio? Why Italy? I mean, we could have just gone back to Altair again. Followed him during his early years.
It started with 16.
Ah, good old Subject 16. He repainted my room, you know. With his blood.
I'd been going through his files. Vidic flagged a couple of his Animus sessions. A bunch of different ancestors, different dates and locations. Ancient Africa, the Middle East. But towards the end, he became obsessed with Italy. I think he knew about the vault. A few of the records of his later Animus sessions are missing. And the sessions that are there... After everything the Templars put him through, after everything I put him through, it's all scrambled. If we hadn't pushed 16 so hard, we'd have the answers already. And maybe he'd still be alive.
Lucy feeling guilty for what she did to Clay. Because yeah, she also pushed Clay quite a bit. But we're gonna talk more about that in Revelations.
So you're after the Codex and the Vault.
I knew you had an ancestor in Italy who was at the center of all of this.
But yeah, that's also a big thing about Subject 16 and Desmond that is important. Because they do have the same ancestor, which is Ezio. However, Altair is not a shared ancestor. As far as I know.
All right, I think we're done for the day. You should get some rest.
Lucy, what happened to 16 wasn't your fault. You were just as much a prisoner as I was.
Thanks. Good night, Desmond. I'm glad you're here.
good. Yep, Desmond is having a hefty dose of bleeding effect here. He's basically experiencing an entire memory.
What is this? Where am I?
Without the use of Animus.
Altair. How the hell? Not even in the Animus. I must have passed out. Just having some kind of weird dream. Going without sleep for who knows how long. Guess I shouldn't be surprised.
And that's kind of a thing, you know, that AC2 teased, because at this point where they created AC1 and AC2, the story, they had the plan of going for a trilogy. And in the last and final game, the third one, Desmond would have actually mastered the bleeding effect, being able to go into memories of his ancestors without the use of the Animus. And by doing that, you know, he would eventually be able to, I guess, strike back against the Templars. By kind of like mastering the bleeding effect, really. But yeah, that idea never got fulfilled because Ubisoft wanted more games. And to be honest, I'm happy that we have more games at this point. Like imagining not having, you know, like everything starting with Revelations and Brotherhood, I guess. Like Brotherhood would have been part of AC2, because initially they wanted Rome to be part of the story. But yeah. Other than that, like everything starting Revelations, you wouldn't like really see. To be able to master the bleeding effect is quite remarkable. It really is. Yeah, nobody did that before. So do the books talk about the bleeding effect at all? Or are they like always historical only? Because that's something I would really miss about the books, to be honest, like the entire modern day. There's no reference to modern times, I see. I mean, I definitely get why they focus on the past. But modern day is, you know, such an important part of the games. Okay. Just do this. Thanks. Yeah, the modern day in Revelations is very important, given, you know, that Desmond is kind of like in coma the entire time. And also like the whole connection with Clay on the Animus Island. Then you have Desmond's Journey, and of course the Lost Archive DLC, which completely focus on modern day and have like so much important information. Yeah.
It's the woman from 8. What's her name? Maria. Yeah. I wonder what he wants with her. Whoa. Alright, wasn't expecting that.
Desmond's narration, though. Yep, it's Maria from Bloodlines, of course, and also the end of AC1. And in Bloodlines you see them become a couple, and so this is basically where you see them, you know,
Wait a second.
Being confirmed a couple.
I'm stuck here with Maria? Oh shit. That must mean this is one weird dream.
Yep. That's how one of his ancestors got made. That's why he basically stays with Maria. You know, because he kind of like starts following the ancestor that I guess got conceived at that point.
Sorry to barge in on you like this, but it's getting late and we were... Hey, you okay?
Yeah, all good. Weird dreams, that's all.
Alright. I'll let you get ready. See you in a few.
Ah, good of you to join us.
Sorry, long night.
What a professional approach.
Leave him alone.
Well, you'll forgive me if I want to get some actual work done. Madness, isn't it?
Sean, please, that's enough.
All right.
Sean, please. Can't do this stuff. Yeah, I don't care, Sean. You can roast me all day if you like. Let's see if we can talk to Lucy.
Hey.
Hi.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Everything's fine.
You sure?
We lost 2 more teams last night. That's 8 more of us, just... gone.
I'm sorry.
I don't know what to do anymore. It just keeps getting worse and worse.
Hey, remember what you told me? You gotta have faith. And look, here we are, safe and sound.
For how long? And when they find us, then what?
When that happens, if that happens, we'll deal with it. I'll keep you safe.
Anyway, enough with my little breakdown. I should get back to work. And so should you.
Yeah, it's on. You love Sean? Yeah, me too. He's such a great character. I hope he never leaves the series, like, ever.
Really, I'm fine. I promise. Sorry, Desmond, I've got to file these reports.
Also, Rebecca, I hope they, like, always stay together and appear in the series. Even if they, you know, get to be, like, sidekicks at some point, like, or, like, more of a background again, but... yeah, I really hope they get, like, a happy ending.
We'll talk more later. Really, I'm fine. I promise.
Right, I guess that's it. Back into the Animus. And into a new city. It's time we meet Venice. So a fun fact, but I actually have an ancestor during this time that lived in Venice as well. Or at least my oldest known ancestor supposedly was a merchant in Venice to the time. Serenissima Repubblica di Venezia, 1481. Yeah, I was kind of amazed by that when I found out about, you know, that was the case. Kind of made me even more intrigued into this game and kind of like the setting.
Attenzione! Notice of execution. The merchant Medardo of San Polo has been found guilty of treason against the Serene Republic and will be executed.
If you have to go now, talk to you later or soon or tomorrow. Take care and stay safe, everyone. That's Tavares Levy. I hope you have a great day. Thank you so much for coming by and joining. And yeah, I definitely hope you have a good one. I will see you next time, Levy.
Messer Da Vinci!
Yes?
Buongiorno e ben arrivato. I'm Elvise. Senor Don has asked that I escort you to the workshop. Are you ready?
Are you ready? As he turns around and just keeps on going. Benvenuto. Take a quick tour of Venice with Avise.
Ah,
Avise da Villandino. Born 1441, profession baggage handler. A Venetian native, Avise worked as a baggage handler for several years until, convinced of Venice's superiority, he enlisted in the navy. In 1500 he was tasked with defending the fortress of Modon from the Turks. After a heavy night of drinking, Avise awoke to Turkish cannon fire bombarding the town. Panicking while running across the deck, he tripped, hit his head, and drowned. When it became clear Venice had lost the battle, he was accused of negligence by the ship's captain and erased from the logs of the navy. Damn, that's one way to die. He panicked, fell into water, and drowned.
Venezia. What other place is as beautiful, as stable, as perfect? Come, I will show you her wonders. Our first stop, the Rialto Bridge. Behold the elegance with which she spans the Grand Canal.
Originally founded in 421, San Giacomo is believed to be the oldest church in Venice, although the current building was constructed around 1071. The 15th century facade is crowned with a magnificent 24-hour celestial clock. During the Renaissance, the church was typically used by the merchants in the nearby market as a place to stop and pray during the workday. At least, that's what they told their wives.
A symbol of Venetian unity and pride.
The Ponte di Rialto. The oldest and the most famous bridge in Venice, the Rialto is the dividing line between the districts of San Marco and San Polo. The bridge is notable not only for the size of its large arch, but also for its main walkway lined with shops and stalls, which was a vibrant strolling and meeting place for the community around it. Contrast that with today's Rialto, where crowds of tourists fight over cheap knockoffs of Venetian glass, while some idiot attempts to spit off the edge of a bridge onto passing boats. Ah, modernity.
Let us continue. Here we are, San Giacomo di Rialto, oldest church in Venezia. Isn't she beautiful? And her clock tower, magnifico. Come, come, there's more to see. No other city can match the size of Venezia's markets, be it spices or silk, from near and far. There is...
You were told to stay home! But the rent is paid! I have every right to sell here! Emilio disagrees! No, no, stop! Stop!
Let us continue the tour elsewhere.
Look, isn't it amazing? Would you mind buying it for me? I left my money with my bags.
Hey! Mind your step, Corleone!
I like how Rosa looks at his, belt like he didn't even realize he just got robbed. But, that's kind of like what gives it away to Ezio. That he has been robbed.
And here we have the Palazzo della Seta, home to Emilio Barbarigo. Normally I'd suggest a closer look, but with the way things are now...
Why? What's happened?
He is attempting to unify the merchants beneath a single banner. There's been resistance. some of it violent.
What kind of resistance?
They say they're fighting for the people, for freedom or some such nonsense. Baggianate, if you ask me.
They destroyed my stand. I demand compensation.
Here you are, then.
The Doge will know about this. I'll report you to the council.
Good luck with that, my friend.
What are you doing?
You're under arrest for disrupting commerce.
What? You just invented that. There's no such law.
There is now.
No! Stop!
The Palazzo della Seta. The home of Venice's most powerful merchant, Emilio Barbarigo, work on Seta, as it is affectionately known by locals, was completed in 1450. The palazzo is a standout example of Venetian Gothic architecture, dark and imposing, yet light and airy at the same time. Yeah, I do love me some Gothic architecture.
And now, I present to you your workshop, Ser Da Vinci. We spared no expense in its design. You'll see, it is perfect, as if you never left Firenze. I wish you great success, and hope you enjoy Venezia, as much as she enjoys having you.
So, here we are. Exciting, isn't it? Care to come in?
Maybe later. I need to visit the Palazzo della Seta. Try and gain an audience with Emilio.
As you wish. But should you find yourself with free time, or another codex page, don't hesitate to visit. My door is always open.
Grazie, my friend.
Di nulla.
The most important QuickTime event in the game. Hacking Leonardo.
Emilio Barbarigo, titan of Venetian industry, terror of the underworld. Aided by his powerful family, he cornered the market through smart business practices such as edging out the competition and lobbying the government. He funded the Venetian police force almost single-handedly, keeping the streets safe from crime and his finances tax-free. Emilio claims to be a supporter of the Republic. The problem is, once you own the police force, voting becomes, well, inefficient. As does, you know, opposition.
Bottega di Leonardo a Venezia. During his brief stay in Venice, Leonardo da Vinci was a paid military engineer for the Venetian army and claimed to be working on a painting of a famous Isabella d'Este, of whom he had made a cartoon while visiting Mantua. Despite promising her repeatedly that he was hard at work, no painting ever materialized. Although many history books claim Leonardo only visited Venice once, it seems that he used his workshop there as a sort of secret retreat, returning to it repeatedly during his life.
Leonardo!
Ezio, so good to see you. How can I help you? Haha! You found another one! How exciting! If you transpose this word and move this line to the left, it's deciphered.
I found this awesome place for you to explore and practice your skills. Santa Maria dei Frari. I've marked it on your map.
Nice. We got another 5 codex pages deciphered. So we're gonna have a look and read up on these. Documents. Okay. We do have 1, 2, 3 red. We have 4. Let me check this off actually. What follows are the three great ironies of the Assassin Order. 1. Here we seek to promote peace, but murder is our means. 2. Here we seek to open the minds of men, but require obedience to a master instead of roots. 3. Here we seek to reveal the danger of blind faith, yet we are practitioners ourselves. I have no satisfactory answer to these charges, only possibilities. Do we bend the roots in service to the greater good? And if we do, what does it say of us? That we are liars? That we are frauds? That we are weak? Every moment is spent wrestling with these contradictions, and in spite of all these years I have had to reflect, still I can find no suitable answer, and I fear that one may not exist. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. Does our creed provide the answer then? That one may be two things, opposite in every way, simultaneously? And why not? Am I not proof, we of noble intentions, possessed of barbaric means? We who celebrate the sanctity of life and then promptly take it from those we deem our enemies? So this is very insightful, of course, because ITE talks about, you know, how what the assassins strive for contradicts a bit with, you know, the execution, I guess. But it just kind of showcases that, you know, the whole conflict is very grey, you know. There's not like a definitive good answer or good and bad side. It's kind of what I talked about earlier, you know, the modern day with Sean and Rebecca. But that's a great thing about AC2, you know, this kind of like self-awareness, not only of the modern day characters, but also of like Altair, you know. And this is very like reflective and introspective, I guess. And I don't know, this is like the type of stuff that I love to read, really, you know, because it's also very philosophical at the same time. It makes you kind of think about, you know, like other contradictions that you may, you know, see in life. Just kind of writing that makes you think, you know. So we did read 6, but we haven't read 7 yet. Let me check this. I had thought Ada would be the one to lead me to rest, that I might lay down my blade and live as a normal man. But now I know such dreams are best left to sleep. Her face. I try to banish it from my mind as I remember the days and nights during which I chased the Templar captors across the sea. I almost got to them in time. Almost. If I had only been faster. Instead, I held her lifeless body in my arms. Saw the terror reflected in her fixed, unblinking eyes. I hunted each man, one by one, until all responsible were gone from the world. But there was no joy in this, no satisfaction or release. Their deaths did not bring her back, did not heal my wounds. After that I was certain I would never again fear for a woman as I had for her. I am fortunate to have been wrong.
I make my own luck.
Wow, this just caught me off guard. This just legit scared me. Also, hey, the Reaper Wolf, how's it going? So we did treat these.
It's with us!
Indeed, Odin shall be with us. We didn't read 17 yet. Of all the things I have seen, none troubles me more than the image of the flames. Pillars so tall they seemed to pierce the heavens. The ground rumbled and shuddered, mountains split and crack. Great metal towers splintered, their innards strewn above the ground. And everywhere there was screaming, a chorus so terrible that even now I feel its echo still. What is this madness that I have seen? Is it them, I wonder? Those who came before? Is this where they went? Into the fire? Into the dust? Perhaps this destructive power is what the Templars seek. They might hold it over us and command devotion. What hope would we have then, if they held such darkness in their hands, that they could murder the world? So this is really interesting, because this is one of the memories that is shared at the end of Revelations. And you know, it's kind of something that ITA gives to Ezio and Ezio gives to Desmond in return, kind of a thing. And yeah, it's the ending cutscene, of course, of Revelations, where you see the Isu city being destroyed and kind of like the apocalypse and what happens there. So yeah, this is kind of a Revelations got that idea from, you know, of showcasing that, I guess. But it's going good, dude, thanks. So you're talking to this girl and she's kind of shy. Do you have any advice on how to keep a good conversation going? I mean, I guess just, you know, show interest. Like ask her about things that may interest her. Kind of like try to find common ground, you know, something that you're interested in and she is. Kind of, I guess that can, you know, break the ice a bit. Okay, so we have a map, which kind of showcases multiple locations on the, on like Europe, Africa, and parts of Asia. It's kind of cool, but there's 2 dots in England. Oh, there's nothing in Norway, which is interesting, considering, you know, that Valhalla has some connections to that. Yeah, interesting. I'm also sure one goes to Egypt, so that's kind of cool. What to make of this map? It appears to contain the entire world, not flat as I claim either, but round, like a ball, like the apple. But how is such a thing even possible? Stranger still are the lands it shows, great patches of the unknown, the unexplored. So many places yet to be discovered. Are there men there? Are they like us? And if not, different how? Are there men? I should like to know the answers. Perhaps in time I'll have a chance to travel, to chart a course and make my way to these distant lands. I would love to see Altair travel to these lands. Please make that happen, Ubisoft, at some point. Okay, we also haven't read 24 yet. Some days I miss my family, or at least the thought of them. I never knew my parents well, despite them both having lived within these walls. It was our way. Perhaps they were sad, though they showed no sign. It was not allowed. For my part, so much of my youth was spent in training, there was little time left to reflect upon this separation. And so when they were finally lost to me, it seemed no different than the passing of 2 strangers. Amorlim had been as my father, and his was a weak and dishonest love, though at the same time it seemed enough, better even, or so I thought. Someday I will have a child, such is the way of our order, and I will not make the same mistake, nor any who call themselves an assassin. We shall be allowed to love our children, and in turn to be loved. Amorlim believed such attachments would weaken us, cause us to falter when our lives were on the line. But if we truly fight for what is just, does love not make such sacrifice simpler, knowing that we do so for the gain? Also, hey Lizzie, good morning to you. I hope you're having a good one so far. Right, that's all the coolest pages we have currently, which leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 left.
Shadows are his element. His nerves are made of steel. He'll gut the guard and climb their heads. His vengeance they will feel.
Right.
Work your magic.
What have I done? Have I disappeared? Come, good folk, see the latest designs from the greatest designer, me.
Yeah. You know, if I learned one thing, Reaper, it's you can't force stuff, I guess. At least it's not good to force stuff. So just give it time, and you will see if it works out, I guess. But yeah, I guess at the moment we have to force something,
Come again.
you know, it's not really working.
Must first seek planning permission. The incident in San Polo and its like are to be avoided, and violators you
There! On him! Don't let him escape! Which way? Where?
How best to get inside? Scale the wall and... Oh, that's not good. I'll never make that jump. Need to find another way.
I need your help.
I remember you.
We need to go.
You never did apologize for knocking me over.
Now!
Va bene, where to?
The water.
That doesn't exactly narrow it down.
Indeed it doesn't. This is my official least favorite mission without the HUD. Or at least when I did my no HUD playthrough. You know, basically not having a minimap. Because you are in Venice, and Venice is basically surrounded, and you know, yeah, like water is everywhere, essentially. But she says you have to get to the water, so every place in Venice, pretty much, is a potential place for her to be delivered. So yeah, that was like the worst thing, because I definitely had to check the map and to kind of like see where I'm supposed to go. Yeah, because it's just, you know, ridiculous otherwise. That's gonna leave a mark. Help Rosa get to the river.
Get out! All right, you bastards. Who wants to die first?
You don't need to do this. I'll not die again.
I'd be better off on my own. Goddamn archers! better off on my own.
I recent good fortune finding...
Get him!
Fear not. I'll make sure each of you dies quickly.
What are you doing? Hurry up! Goddamn archers!
I like how she's running everybody away.
Goddamn archers! Goddamn archers!
Now!
All right, you bastards. Who wants to die first?
Raju, kill him! There!
Bastardo! We've no need for your kind!
Quickly, they're getting closer!
There, get caught in the middle!
Goddamn archers!
Guns, above all else.
Addio. Arrivederci, Conan.
Ah! Cristo, my leg!
I never did catch your name.
Rosa,
Onorato, Rosa. I'm Ezio.
I know.
What do you mean, I know?
Stop him!
Oh.
You did to deserve that.
It wasn't very nice.
Sir.
Hope you weren't planning on leaving me here.
To business.
Just let me go! I'm nobody! Not important!
Yeah, you guys can fight these.
Chiama amici!
Hugo!
What's this?
Rosa's been wounded.
Us are here. We'll go the rest of the way in the boat.
Careful. Go! I'll deal with the guards.
Raju!
What? Kill them, Ezio, quickly!
Also, I have a KG23 for life. Welcome. How's it going? Thank you for following.
Yeah, Mr. White! Yes, science!
They're all over the rooftops! Do something quickly!
Indeed. Signs of jeden Blade.
Get away!
God is my shepherd.
Get down! Eccolo! Stop!
They're shooting at us!
They're shooting at us!
Make it look easy. Let's move. Come, don't be shy. I ordered aid.
Alright, he doesn't swim if... Oh, never mind. We just had to go further to that place. It works.
He's dead, idiota! Say a prayer later!
Porco demonio!
I need to see... I need to see Antonio! Ah!
Be careful! Let me do it. Go and find Antonio.
Ugo, do what he says!
Qua l'ultimo arrivato dagli ordini!
Hey, hey! Wake up! We need help!
Where's Antonio? Make yourselves useful. Clear a space for her. Put her down there.
Where are we?
Home. They've sent for help.
Thank you.
Rosa, what's happened?
Just get this out of me.
Soon, soon. Let's have a look first. Clean entry and exit through the thigh. That's good.
Get it out!
Rosa, we must take care not...
Now!
Come vuoi. Tenetela. I'm sorry, Pete.
Sorry! Ficcatelo nel culo, you're sorry!
Go fetch Bianca and be quick. Help me with this.
How?
Take a clean piece of linen. When I remove my hand, press the cloth into her wound. Are you ready? Now! Ben Falco, you work well under pressure.
She's spirited, this one.
Porca puttana!
Avanti! Get Rosa inside so that Bianca can close the wound.
Porca puttana.
You'll be all right. The worst is past.
Ti venissi il cancero, brutto bastardo! A te e a che la grandissima troia di tua madre!
Thank you. Rosa is most dear to me. If I had lost her...
I've always had a soft spot for women in distress.
So I've heard. Don't look so surprised. We know all about you, Ser Ezio. Your work in Florence and the rest of Tuscany. Good work, too. If a little... unrefined.
Then you know why I'm in Venezia.
I can guess. When you have a minute, come see me in my office. There's something we should discuss.
Hope you love her scene. Rosa's awesome. She really is, yeah. I love her character so much.
Damn it! Joe! Die, bastardo! Where do you think you're going?
Ay, bastardo. But you die.
Shit!
Yes, shouldn't have said a brain lag or something. With the same thing happening on another channel, so I guess it's like a Twitch issue currently, or maybe not. Maybe just the bot being having a hard time. Well, I'm pretty sure it was another bot. I think it was Stream Elements that had that happening, like having a delayed chat message. So I'm pretty sure there's a glyph nearby. Let's give a viewpoint first.
Bring me your sick and wounded.
There we go. I Guilda dei Ladri di Venezia. Established sometime around 1465, the Venetian Thieves Guild, due to the illegality, had no permanent headquarters. Although efforts are made by the magistrates to crack down on thievery, accused culprits never seem to be around when the city guard went searching for them. Oh, I wonder how that was. And where's the glyph? Titans of Industry. Edison Archive. Enter password. Right, so we have, let's see, we have 4 equals 1 down here. So that's the passcode. Let's align this. And we have 9 and 2. We have 1 and 4. And we have 7 and 0. From the laboratory, I think. Thomas Edison. Dear Mr. Morgan, a serious matter has come to my attention. Nikola Tesla plans to use Piece of Eden 4 to create an information network across the entire world. And if that weren't bad enough, he tends to allow access to it for free. Imagine the masters spreading knowledge amongst themselves instantaneously. That would make everything we intend to do much more difficult. You must cut off funds for his experiments at once. In case you get cold feet, I will have you know that he wants to make electricity free as well, thereby putting us out of the business. I've already begun slandering Tesla in the press. Just reallocate his funding, and I will take care of a piece of Eden for myself. Sincerely yours, Thomas Edison. So basically they make Thomas Edison a Templar associate, and Nikola Tesla kind of like, I guess, not an assassin, but an assassin associate, or like, you know, kind of like think alike. So Edison, Nikola Tesla being in the possession of one of the Apple of Eden, got the knowledge for how to, you know, make electricity more efficient. Which is the system that he came up with. But he got kind of like screwed over by Edison. And AC is kind of like making out to be that, you know, the Templars are responsible for that to happen, essentially. Edison creator accused, so basically all the slandering that he went through the press. JP Morgan revokes funding for Tesla's project. Edison creates electric chair to prove danger of AC current. So basically to slander, you know, the system that Tesla came up with, uses it for the bad, essentially. This is Edison electrocuting an elephant to kind of prove that Tesla's, you know, electricity is dangerous or some shit. Like, what an asshole. Seriously.
He wanted everyone to know the secret, to set us all free. They used it to drive him insane.
I would love an AC game where you kill Edison. The Dearborn Independent, the International Jew, the world's problem. So this of course Henry Ford, who apparently was very racist towards the Jews. And I'm pretty sure he also sided with, or was kind of fond of Hitler as well. So yeah, very interesting personality, to say the least. And he of course was also a Templar, and in the AC universe an associate of Hitler as well. So what you're looking for here is this symbol. And then we have a 2 right there. So we gotta go ahead and align that on the wheel. Like this. And then 1 is this one. 3 would be, I guess, this. And 9 would be 1 and 2 dots, I think. Kind of goes 1 dot, 2 dots, 2 dots, 1 string, I think. Yeah. Henry Ford, Dearborn, Mitch. Dear Mr. Edison, I wanted to thank you for letting me make use of a piece of Eden for all these years. Among several things, I was able to convince the workers I was raising their pay to $5 a day, when in fact I gave them a pay cut. But I had to let piece of Eden number 4 go. As per instructions, I shipped it to Europe. So basically, Henry Ford used the Apple to make his workers sign up contracts they didn't want to sign. It's like capitalism in full effect, but using the piece of Eden für Chief Ed. H has it, so H is Hitler. So I assume the war will begin as soon as he can take over. We will let him have his fun. Lord knows that kind of purge will be good for Europe. And then end it with a bang as planned. Out of the chaos of war, a new order will emerge. I've enclosed a picture from Froda of you, me and Firestone. We should attempt to spend more time on the golf course this summer. Yours, Henry Ford. So yeah, that's the Templars in the 20th century for you. Killing off Nikola Tesla and getting rid of the AC system. Basically bringing the capitalism in full effect and really exploiting workers. And then bringing, giving Hitler the piece of Eden, the Apple of Eden, so he can start a war, essentially. And then we also plan, of course, the Big Bang at the end, which of course is the atom bombs that got thrown. And in the AC universe, the Templars are responsible for all of this shit. So there you go.
Avanti. Ezio. Prego. Can I offer you something? Biscotti. Un caffè.
What's cafe?
An interesting concoction brought to me by a Turk merchant. Here, have a taste.
A little bitter if you ask me. It just seems lacking somehow. I don't know, have you considered adding sugar maybe? Or latte?
I suppose it's something of an acquired taste. Enough about that. Now where were we? Our failure at the Palazzo cost us dearly. It will take time to recover. No doubt Emilio will use this pause to strengthen his defenses and continue his oppression of the district. You may not share our motive, but I know you share our goal.
Why not gather your forces and try again?
To act in haste would only bring more losses. No. We must resupply and draw new plans.
Can you afford to sit around and wait?
Nor would I want you to. Work with us instead. Already my men begin to mend today's wounds. Seek them out. They'll put you to work. The sooner you aid them, the sooner we can strike.
Molto bene, Messere. I accept.
It is the right decision.
Right, let's go talk to Rosa.
Salute, Rosa. You seem to be healing well.
How are you finding Venezia?
It has its charms, but how do you deal with the smell? Che schifo.
So? What brings you to me?
I was hoping you could help me with something.
And that would be?
I want to learn to climb the way you do.
Oh. Va bene, I can do that. Well, I can't, but Franco can. Franco, muovere il culo! Show Ezio how to reach the top of that scaffolding.
I love when Rosa insults people.
Begin in a hanging position. Then jump to the ledge above you. As you reach it, grab it with your hand and pull yourself up. There. See how it works?
I think so.
Only one way to find out. Try for yourself.
Muovi il culo. Porca puttana. Monkey see, monkey do. Learn Rosa's climb leap technique.
Jump, Ezio! Grab the...
So? How did I do?
I've seen better.
Ah, you wound me with your cruel words.
All right, Smargiasso. Let's put your skills to the test.
I'm all ears.
Meet me in front of the Frari.
Smargiasso. That's a good good insult to actually remember, because you can say that quite often. Yeah, that music is so beautiful. I could just sit here for hours listening to this.
Impressive moves.
I'm just walking around rooftops. Impressive moves. You see nothing yet? Watch this.
You die here!
Get down, or I throw you down.
You are not allowed up here! Down or I shoot! Get down! Order!
Ooh, that's a nice descent up here. Very nice descent. It's kind of cool when you notice that, you know, the map is kind of like built around the idea of parkour.
Perhaps if we send you to the mines, it could be put to protest.
Ah shit, I missed this database entry. Indeed, Kobe. Parkour. We have found the Santa Maria Gloriosa dei Frari. Built by Franciscan monks, Santa Maria Gloriosa dei Frari, Frari for short, is the second largest church in Venice. Following the guidelines of Saint Francis, who had advocated poverty, the church has a very basic exterior decoration. It is rumored that in the 50th century the Frari housed a hidden tomb, which has since collapsed. So yeah, that's the Templar tomb, of course, inside here.
No, I'll go away.
There he is! On him! Bastard! I can't see him anymore!
Get away from me!
Back from me!
One of them just jumped into the water. Oh, you should have learned to swim instead of climbing. Bobby, get away from me. No, you get away from me. From the roof, to be precise. Right position, Gary.
Right position, Gary.
Indeed. Okay, we're actually gonna do the Rosa mission first.
Climbing a bit of scaffolding is all well and good. But let's see how you do out in the open.
On top of that tower then? Torno fra un attimo.
By leaps and bounds. Ascend the tower as fast as possible using the climb leap.
So?
Looks like you've learned all I have to teach you. I'll let Antonio know of your progress. Finish your other tasks. We're almost there.
Right, let's actually go ahead and check out this Templar tomb that we have here. It's probably up there.
No, and until word returns at once from the Holy Father, the disputed lands to the south are to be excluded from all mercantile enterprise. However, merchants acting privately may do so with no fear of reprisal.
Is it up here? Ah, it's down there. over beams under stone. Explore Santa Maria Gloriosa dei Frari and find the Templar treasure hidden within. Also, give me 1 sec, guys. Right. Let's do this.
Bene. Now I have a way back up in case I fall.
Man, I really have to make this a sound bit. Finally. Yeah, I've been meaning to make that a sound bit for a while, but I kind of always forget so far. But I will do it eventually.
Dear God, Basim will have my head for this!
It's such a great moment in Valhalla. Wait, do I have to go down here? I guess I have to. That might help if I fall. And I just love these tombs the most, I think. Or just you and, you know, kind of like the building, I guess. In parkour. And beautiful Jasper Kid ambient soundtrack. I really hope they at some point bring back those kind of tomb maps, you know. But they're kind of parkour focused. And combined with like a really good atmosphere. and the lighting here. Like, even if it's, you know, kind of more of an effect, I guess, than actual sunlight that's like generated. That looks beautiful. Ezio plus architecture, a better love story than Twilight. Indeed. I agree. Huh, look at this though. Anubis, the pharaoh. Another connection between AC2 and Egypt. May Anubis greet you. In the Theater of Reeds. Oh yeah, I've been so in the mood to play Origins again lately. Like, especially after Valhalla. But yeah. Gotta get into that game again. The plan is to actually play that on the Animus project once I finished Unity and Syndicate with a stealth challenge. But Bayek story is just too good to not experience it again. Okay, let's have a look at the paintings you can buy here. We have Saint Jerome. The Adoration of the Magi. San Sebastian. Saint Jerome in his study. And Sacred and Profane Love. For 6k. Yeah, worth it.
Don't forget to send your friends.
Has he been doing?
Whatever, because
Another time.
and buy him to be their downfall.
Ben trovato, Ugo. What's the trouble?
You and Rosa managed to escape from Seta, but the others were not so lucky. Emilio's captured them, and now they await execution.
Do you know where they're being held?
I know they're still in the district, but beyond that, no. You'll have to look for them.
I'll have your brothers back here in no time.
Breakout. Free the captive thieves from Emilio.
Listen to them squeal.
Pathetic. It's no wonder their master hides. Where is Emilio? I'd like to be rid of his trash.
That one looks like very... That
Stay close.
Down! Guards! There he is! Lajou! I will actually enjoy this.
Fall in. On me.
Right, that's the first ones. Let's get to the second place.
What are you doing here? Due to the shortage of funds after the recent campaign, the defense of the Republic's interests, a levy will be imposed upon all importation of goods deemed non-essential.
Emilio says he seeks unity, but all he really wants is control.
Your crimes cannot continue. The people won't allow it.
The markets belong to the people. Emilio says he seeks unity, but all he really wants is control.
Your crimes cannot continue. The people won't allow it.
Andiamo.
By decree of the Council of Ten, all cittadini wishing to enlarge historic cellars must first seek planning permission. The incident in San Polo and its like are to be avoided, and violators will be punished. No, as an inward
I hit like my mates more often than I hit the enemy.
Seguimi.
What? 3 of my allies just died and fell down.
This way.
Good thing one of them survived, because you only have to have one surviving. Yeah, whoops. It's funny as well, because we all died at the same time. I guess it got like stuck at the same ledge or something. Yeah, a very classic NPC thing to do.
You have no business up here, Bifolco. You should not be up here. Eccolo! There! There!
Yeah, it's kind of funny how you can just like rumble them to the ground. Gotta love 4 damage kills.
Where's your master now?
Perhaps we'll mount your heads on pikes.
Better to hang their corpses from the palazzo windows.
Yeah, better not. This is but a kick of AC2. Yeah, it really is.
All right, this way.
I will kill all trespassers, Pazzo.
You're the Pazzo.
There, on him. There, on him.
What? You blocked my air assassination. But not this one.
Follow my lead.
You are not allowed up here! Eccolo! There! There!
Qui, let's do it.
Whoops. It's another thief dead. And another one.
Follow my lead.
I'm impressed. I didn't expect you to succeed so quickly.
I aim to please.
I'll let Antonio know about our progress. Come find me later. I've got another job for you.
What sort of job?
Meet me near the docks, and I'll explain.
Molto bene.
I know, right, Kobe? Like, they all can like climb like a monkey, but they can't swim. Molto bene. Alright, let's go back to Leonardo.
Leonardo! Ezio, so good to see you. How can I help you? Haha! You found another one! How exciting! I think this is the key. If I just rewrite this line... And it works. Here, take it.
Okay, let's see. We haven't gotten 5 yet. Oh, and it's 5. Cool. Who were the ones that came before? What brought them here? How long ago? Centuries? Millennia? Longer still? So little remains of them. What drove them out? What are these artifacts? Messages in a bottle? Tools left behind to aid and guide us? Or do we fight for control over their refuse, giving divine purpose and meaning to little more than discarded toys? So at this point you can see that, Altair is really just asking himself questions about, what he has seen and what he knows about the ones that came before. Or I guess how little he knows about them. Obviously that changes once he sees the Apocalypse memory. But he will also learn more about them by just spending more time with the apple. That's also how he learns, how to make the gun that he hides underneath his wrist. Also, hey there, AJ. Welcome, mate. How's it going, dude? I hope you're well. It's going well. That's good to hear, AJ. How are your Valhalla playthrough? Or how's your Valhalla playthrough going? You have a German themed joke for me?
Aha! Merda! Bring him back!
What do you mean, Valka? Did you do more with Valka? Like, did you do any activities for her? Of i cittadini. You shouldn't be up here. Because you might die.
What the devil are you doing up here?
Up here. That Italian impression.
You're not allowed up here.
It's a me, Mario!
Exactly, Kobe. It's me, Mario.
I cannot do that. Not so well, anyway.
You can't? You got her house finished, but you don't have enough power to do her first quest, but the joke. So a ship calls out over the radio. They shout, "Help, help, mayday, we are sinking." They get a response on radio. "Hello, this is the German Coast Guard. What are you thinking about?" This, yeah, the classic pronunciation. Dude, I try so hard to avoid that, but I can't always. But at least I don't say sinking, but thinking. But yeah, it's very accurate though. Especially with Germans that, you know, start to learn language. But it's legit like how some teachers, you know, teach English language in school. Like instead of thinking, they really like teach you thinking. At least where I grew up. I can't generalize that for, you know, every teacher in Germany, of course.
Rescuing my brothers was more than just an act of charity, Ezio. The men you freed will play a vital role in the weeks to come. Just ask for their help, and they'll join you.
And once I have my little band of thieves?
Send them towards a group of guards, and they'll create a distraction.
Opening the way for me.
Exactly.
Saves me from having to bloody my sword. I like it.
Exactly. Now I'll tell you what to do with them. Antonio's plan calls for a bit of deception. We're to imitate his archers, which means we'll need the armor that they wear. A shipment of the stuff has just been loaded into chests and now awaits delivery to Seta. Loot the chests and retrieve the outfits. When that's finished, I'll need you to fetch me a boat as well and bring it back here. We'll use it to move our men into the palazzo undetected.
Consider it done.
Hey there, Ilias Tufexis, aka the voice actor for Federico in this game, so Ezio's brother. But he also did the voices for Leonidas and Nikolaos in AC Odyssey. Yeah, it's a good one, Kobe, isn't it? Close make the man. Rob the chest carrying the armor of Emilio's guards, and then steal a boat and bring it to Hugo. Yeah, I can thank Rod for learning more about voice actors. Like, I'm sure you've seen it, but he has like commands for different voice actors in the games that he plays, or like replays. It's kind of cool because he also lists like all the roles that they, you know, play in like the entire franchise or series. They closed the campus for the whole week. Damn, dude. Plus, everything is melting currently.
Alright, you know what to do.
But yeah, definitely stay safe, dude. One inch of ice. Yeah. And how much snow do you have?
Wait.
Ah, I see. So it's melting and then it's like freezing again. That's definitely dangerous. Especially if you don't have a good
Buy me a little time.
like, you know, street servers, I guess, that takes care of that stuff.
all of yesterday to gather those fruity. Now they are hidden and being crushed.
Down below, the rat. Following the death of the Portuguese I want no part of this!
Your town doesn't own a single snowplow. It doesn't snow here, so they just shut down the town until it melts. Can't even go to McDonald's. Damn. So like all the shops closed too? Like even supermarkets, or are supermarkets still open? Everywhere. That's insane, dude. We have enough food at home? San Giobbe. One of the earliest examples of Renaissance architecture in Venice, this church was built for the residents of a nearby hospice by the Doge bird inside. Cristoforo Moro. Cristoforo presided over Venice's war with the Turks until his death in 1471. He had one son, Dante Moro, who he disowned after Dante lost his position as captain of the Venetian city guard in 1468. Interesting connection here to Dante because he's one of the major characters or side characters in Venice. Also quite a tragic character because we're gonna learn something about him that's a bit screwed up, kind of like what happened to him. Which is the reason why he got or lost his position as city guard and also got disowned by his father apparently. You're good, but you said because you really want pizza at all. Or if you have some of the ingredients at home, you could make pizza yourself, AJ. But of course you would need like proper ingredients for that.
Molto bene, Ezio. This is exactly what we needed. I'll let Antonio know you finished the job.
You don't. Do you have like bread or something? You could make like pizza toast. That's another nice alternative to regular pizza. I mean, you can make like so many pizza related dishes, I guess. If you have like the basics. At the end you just need tomato sauce, cheese and some type of dough, I guess. You have no bread, no sauce, no cheese. Okay, never mind then. Oseva Dudu? Yeah, this game really is amazing.
No need to be shy. Come forward.
My favorite game of the series and of all time. You have rice, eggs, meat and snacks. Snacks and fried rice, enough for you. Yeah, that's a good combo for sure. Also look at this, AJ. Your favorite weapon. The almighty broom.
Eccolo! There! There!
Broom, perfect weapon for tomb. Indeed, if only you could use a broom inside tombs.
Someone should intervene.
Okay, I wanna go and find a fast travel point, because there's some money we can pick up. A tomb with a broom and a tomb. Indeed. Gotta write some lyrics out of that, AJ.
Come, don't be shy.
Let's check the blacksmith.
Wares and see for yourselves.
A broom in a tomb, TNT go boom, threat in a loom. Sounds like a legit new school rap lyric. Let me imagine being a guard just patrolling and out of nowhere a madman comes and beat you up with a broom. It would be like, I'm only visiting. I have nothing to do with this. Alright, so we're gonna get the metal set here, since all of this is available. Metal chest scouts, the pauldrons. There we go. That's a metal set. You can also buy the Milanese sword. It's quite for good attack speed. I do like the handle of this one. Looks gorgeous. But yeah, like in general, the design of weapons and stuff is really cool. First day at work and that happens.
Come again, please.
Oddish turns into gloom. Frodo went to Mount Doom. He sure did.
Get him! That's it!
What? Get him? Ah, we're talking to these guys. I was like, what are you about? Alright, let's also have a look at the books.
Salute, Claudia.
You here to look at the book?
So we have 77% completion. All of the shops renovated. Still quite a few collections to do, of course. We still gotta get the Messaglia's armor set and the armor of Altair.
A presto, Ezio.
We set bonk and go get a room. I love how you're like slowly building up your gallery inside the villa. This is the Adoration of Amagi. And we have Saint Chrysogonus. San Sebastian. And yeah, of course all the other paintings we got as well. Got a couple of feathers. So we have about 1/3 of the feathers collected. So still heaps to collect feather-wise. I may actually be searching for some of them off stream, just to make things a bit faster. But depends, you know, if I actually will do that or not. Let's also go ahead to the sanctuary, because we have a couple seals to deliver. So we have found Gulangao. And also I think we had Waiyu. Yeah, we did. So yeah, 2 more. We still have Leonius, the Roman assassin, and of course Amunet, the Egyptian, half Egyptian, half Greek assassin. Indeed. That's so cool, you know, that Aya basically goes back to AC2 like all the way, as does, you know, Darius. Alright, let's also have a look into our room. We haven't been there in a while. And here, of course, we have the paintings of our targets. First, we had Uberto Alberti, the one responsible for the death of our father and the 2 brothers. We have Fieri de Pazzi. When executed this dude, Mario taught him about Requiescat in Pace. And to kind of respect the ones that Ezio takes their lives from. Then we have Francesco de Pazzi, the father to Vieri. The Pazzi conspirators, once responsible for Lorenzo de Medici's brother's death and the attack on him. And that's all the paintings we have so far. We haven't taken on more targets yet. But there's gonna be more paintings in here. Can you imagine, move into a house and you have to climb a ladder to get into your bedroom? Well, if it means I have like a George's view, I probably wouldn't mind that, to be honest. But yeah, he needs to do something about those like at this stuff here. Of course, it's kind of blocking a bit the view. Pazzi di merda. What about if you have to pee? Well, I guess you're gonna place a bucket on the floor there and then try to hit it from up here. I wish Ezio could actually climb out the windows there directly to the roof. Would be so fitting for an assassin. Yeah, would definitely be cool if you had that option. At least have like one window open. Gotta climb down a ladder to get to the bathroom. Yeah, I think they did use their pens, but I'm not sure. Like maybe they had like a latrine or something. I don't know what they actually used in like 1476. Oh, yeah, today might be different, AJ. But yeah, guys, I think we should actually do it for today, because we don't really have time to start another major main quest. But I want to thank you all very, very much for coming by and joining for another AC2 stream. Not yet sure we're gonna do another one this week. I may do one on Sunday, but if not, we're gonna be staying with Tuesday and Wednesday for the foreseeable future, I think. With like, you know, a bonus AC day every now and then. This you would probably have a bathroom connected to your room. Yeah, that would be ideal. AJ, you would hope so, because you would hate to have to come up a ladder to go to bed. That's understandable. I don't blame you, AJ. Cheers, Mona. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. I hope you're having a good day so far. Hope you mean some people sleep in bunk beds that need ladders to get up on. That's true, yeah. I slept in such a bed when I was a child. I basically, on the lower level I slept, and on the upper level, like, was like a bed on a bed basically. My brother slept. And he always had to go on a ladder to get up there. No worries, AJ. Thank you for being here, dude, and coming by. And yeah, thank you also again to KG23 for life for the follow, and Cosmic as well. Thanks also to Beverson Jr. for joining as well with a follow, and also for bits. And yeah, everybody else coming out and joining, guys. I very, very much appreciate all the support and you guys, you know, chatting, lurking, and being here. The next stream you can expect from me will be most likely tomorrow. We're gonna be doing more of Middle-earth Shadow of War. I wanna see if you know, the game runs a bit more stable. I played around a bit with my encoders, and I would try to use my CPU encoder with that game to hopefully make it run more stable and don't have, you know, any more crashes. Because when I first played it, I had like 2 crashes in 3 hours. So that's a bit unacceptable. So I definitely hope that, you know, goes better the next time. Very Scrammy, thank you for being here. And Kobe, thank you for all the shoutouts. I appreciate it as well. Yeah, let's go ahead and go to desktop here. And then we're gonna find ourselves a raid target. Let's have a look who's online. Cheers, AJ. I see you next time, Demise. Thank you for being here, dude. Okay, I think we're gonna go say hi to Kes. Just wanna make sure that he's actually still streaming. Yeah, he's been just going online half an hour ago. So we're gonna say hi to him. He's playing some Bloodborne. And he's also a huge fan of Lord of the Rings, which we're gonna be playing, of course, the next days. With the Third Age and Shadow of War. And then also watching the second movie, of course. But yeah, guys, I will catch you over at Kes. I hope you have a great rest of the day and evening. And I will see you next time.